tres. Ah, uno, dos, tres. Oh, you're still outside? Damn. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our our new stream of Dark Souls: Dirge of Drangleic. I just noticed that the sub counter is all messed up. It says 158 subs, which is not at all accurate to what I have right now. I'm barely hitting the 79 mark at the moment. I don't know why it did that, but I'm gonna just hide it on the stream. There we go. Apologies for taking a while to start and for the technical hiccup there. But we are back with another session of Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic. And as usual, well, shout outs to our, the people that have made this possible. Shout outs to Sound Phenomenon for providing most of the background music you're going to be hearing. And shout outs to my wonderful, wonderful players who are here today in order to get us started once again in our session. And shoutouts to all of you, our viewers, for being amazing and being awesome. Well,
Jesus fucking Christ.
With that out of the way, what's it called? We will begin. Who wants to do a session recap? Who hasn't already have an inspiration on them?
Hold on, didn't you give everybody an inspiration?
Did I? Actually, I probably did.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, y'all are pretty well. You all have an inspiration. So I'll do the recap and I'll get myself inspiration.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Quick, Katya!
So, also, let's be.
Also, by the way, I
Oh.
almost nearly died.
Damn. Well, careful over there. I was gonna say. So, quick recap of what happened last session. The party, having already rounded up as many citizens of the Gutter as they were capable of doing, brought them all back to the town of Majula, this strange little town that they have began to effectively tend to. Trying to improve the infrastructure, the flow of resources and the like, as they have determined this will be, for the foreseeable future, their hub, area, as it were. Their base of operations, as they now have a little town to manage with a populace that is, not particularly large. Seem very grateful and thankful to have been taken out of the hole of the gutter, and now are, acting as the citizens of this town. During this time, however, one big thing happened here, which was that Atlas and Valencia got into a duel. The reason of such duel was that Atlas was trying to convince Valencia that she was indeed hurt in one leg and needed help and should ask for help from other people. Because if Valencia was to trust others around her a little bit more, then she will be a better leader. With this in mind, a battle ensued from which Atlas rose victorious. What's your population at the moment, actually? Like 50. Like 50 people, actually. I'm gonna say like 70 people. 30 of the 100 people that you got, they left after arriving at the top, or returned or chose to stay behind at the gutter. What's it called? From this battle, Atlas rose victorious, and Valencia had to kind of admit that indeed she cannot bear the burden of responsibility all on her own, especially when she's injured the way she's been. With this out of the way, the party had another moment of kind of just conversing with one another, kind of getting a couple of things sorted out of the way. And eventually this culminated with a night where everybody gathered around the town center and, shared some stories of their respective places of origin and how their experiences there have shaped them into the people that they are today. During this,
Signis.
Go ahead.
Signis just performed a retelling of them taking down the what's it called?
The Rotten. Exactly.
The Rotten. Yeah, he doesn't actually go deep into the actual thing about his own shit. He's just telling that.
And other people kind of went off to do their own thing. So Rock's unfortunately still not told anybody about the type of stuff he's done in his life yet. It'll happen eventually, though.
Regardless of that, however, during all of this event, a migration of firefly-like insects that are called bright bugs managed to fly over this town of Majula. Some of them being drawn to some of the individuals around the area. And the Emerald Herald mentioned that these bright bugs are drawn to, and I quote, people who suffer an inescapable fate. With that ominous, lingering thought hanging in the air, the bright bugs departed, and the night soon drew to a close as the party turned in for a bit of a rest here. Not before, however, I skipped over a bit here. The party managed to secure some amount of food for themselves and partially for some of the townspeople by fishing in the nearby shores of Majula. And also, Valencia and now Ace as well are now members of the Covenant of the Company of Champions, pledging themselves to follow the path of warriors, those who wish to walk amongst the greatest warriors of this generation. Let's see where that leads them down the way. But just to put this out there, both Valencia and Covenant of the Company of Champions. That's the best way I could word it. Both Valencia and Ace have 1 point of favor in the Company of Champions already by default, just by virtue of joining the Covenant. And I'll say, Valencia, you can add another point of favor in the Company of Champions yourself, because while you didn't win, a duel, you still took part on it. So you have 2 points of favor in the Company of Champions. Ace, you have 1 just by virtue of joining. What's it called? But with that out of the way, we will continue where we left off in the morning of the next day, as the party awakens from their slumber in Majula to find the dawn of another day. Now I get to ask you all once again, what will you be doing for today?
For the for most of the day, like most of the morning, Atlas will kind of be what's it called, standing by, kind of just awaiting orders. They will if with small talk between the party, they will mention that they would like to get the civilization as quickly as possible because, of all the extraneous circumstances of, we need to locate as much information as possible, and we can't get that from the fucking pit. But for the most part, Atlas is kind of just standing around. Eventually, when they kind of eventually spotting alone, probably sorting out some of Valencia's stuff. Atlas does want to what's it called? Have a word with Valencia's maid, Cersei.
Okay. In that case, here's what's going to happen. You would find Cersei kind of a little bit off the side of the of the town. As a reminder, the retainers currently have their own camp set up aside from the rundown buildings because, fuck if they're going to sleep in a rundown village. That they have set up their fancy camp with this really large tents that they used to to just kind of put their belongings in. There is, of course, a separate tent set aside for Valencia that has been set up by Gwenalt and Fern and Cersei. They are currently Gwenalt and Fern, my bad, are currently off to the side, doing retainer things, while Cersei is currently in the middle of sewing patching up, I guess, the one of Valencia's outfits, through a sewing kit. What's it called? That you would find her inside one of the tents. As I said, the tent's pretty big, so they kind of have those that type of entrances that are kind of open curtains type of thing. So you would find her right there.
As Atlas kind of kind of like ducks under like the tent slightly. He just kind of says, Madame Cersei, may I have a word, or am I interrupting your duties?
What's it called? You would see as Cersei seems to take a moment where she kind of jumps for a moment, as she didn't expect you to just call out to her right like that. She turns around. Thankfully, none of the needles piercing her hand in that little moment of lapse, I guess. And then she will say, "Oh, it's you, Sir Atlas. To what do I owe this honor?"
I would first like to extend my apologies. I understand the plight that you must have from my altercation with your lady. I understand the worry I must have put on your shoulders.
You certainly have a knack for showing your apologies a strange way. Yes, I was dreadfully concerned for Lady Valencia's safety yesterday and last night. It is not often I see someone, it kind of looks over at you, with the skills to match her own. Though I guarantee you, should her injury have been healed at the time, the result of that combat would have been entirely different.
I have no doubt. I believe that at her full capacity, she has the potential to defeat even me. I did not want to worsen her injuries. I attempted to go as easy as I could while proving my point. But I hope you also understand that I could not afford to hold back so much. Doing so would dishonor the tenacity of Lady Valencia.
And tenacity she has to spare, I must add. It is one of her greatest qualities. One of the ones that make us, both myself and my fellows, follow her with such loyalty.
Even before seeing her retainers, I could tell that she was one of experience when it came to leading troops. That is why I wish her to be my commander. I believe that she is most worthy of it. That is why I had to challenge the duel to begin with.
Should I expect another one of these altercations to happen in the future? If so, I will not answer for my actions that I must take in order to defend Lady Valencia.
With that, Atlas kind of slightly tilts their head in kind of curiosity and just says, what actions would those entail?
She stops working on the patches for Valencia's outfit, and she kind of sets it aside very neatly, to the side, on top of this little, I guess wooden table that she has in the interior of the tent. She approaches, still kind of holding her very prim and proper sort of posture, hands at the front, kind of one over the other, and she says, during my time working with the Draco the Lily family, I gained a level of training in fencing, as well as other, activities that some may consider subterfuge. I will not hesitate to take whatever measures are necessary to protect Lady Valencia if harm comes to her.
Atlas kind of like stares for a bit and says, like there's like a little bit of a silence, and then says, I am glad that someone is able to go all the miles necessary to protect their lady. I am glad she is in good hands. I then believe that I can trust you to, if I ever break the values and trust that Lady Valencia has put into me, you will be able to put me down like a dog as soon as possible.
She stares at you and kind of tilts her head a moment, narrows her eyes, almost as if she's trying to like scan you for any hint of deception, as it were. Obviously, your whole body's covered head to toe in armor, so she can't read your expression.
Yeah.
But she will say, I still cannot make my mind up about you, Sir Atlas, or the rest of Lady Valencia's current companions, for that matter. But it has been made very clear to me that there will be times where I cannot stand at her side during her journey to reclaim her rightful position. Can I trust you to walk side by side with her through whatever it is that awaits you in your travels? If the answer is anything other than a no, well, I will be extremely disappointed.
It is my full intention to be as her blade and her chariot. I, for the foreseeable future, have a mission that I must abide by. However, I am not one who is worthy of command or autonomy. She will be protected. But if anything happens that would jeopardize that, I believe we may have a mutual trust in that you will be able to take care of anyone who dare stand in her way, Madame Overseer.
Also, I messed up there. She meant anything other than a yes. But she will say...
I know.
Yeah, no, I am sorry about that. She will...
I didn't notice more.
She will say... she kind of thinks for a moment, closes her eyes, takes a deep breath, and says... In that case, I believe we've reached an understanding. She will kind of turn around, go back to where she left the, the clothes at, and as she begins to start sitting down to continue sewing the holes close, she will say, Sir Atlas, I pray that whatever it is that you and your group, and well, Lady Valencia's group, I suppose, will, decide to do next, then a success follows all of you, for Lady Valencia's sake.
My suspicions about you when we first met were that we may be two sides of a coin. I am glad to know that that seems to be the case. We need more people like you out here fighting for what they believe is right, without any holding back.
I've never been known as one to hold back my thoughts. The same applies to my actions. Now, if you excuse me, I must repair the damage that you so dreadfully caused to my lady's clothes.
Of course. My apologies for the further work.
It is my duty.
As Atlas about faces and kind of like just continues like probably just like patrolling the perimeter essentially.
Yeah. If you want, Dirk, we can start do the rock work while everybody else is kind of doing their morning stuff.
We could do it in chat. I think let someone else get the spotlight.
Who would be? Well, would anybody else be doing anything specific?
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Well, so you said Ace would wake up with a friggin' rock kind of next to her. So as she's kind of waking up, like checking all her stuff, and noticed a weird tablet with like etchings in it from what the picture is. She instinctively like detect magic, identify, is this magical or is this just some random thing I bumped into that I didn't notice the other night?
Well, if you detect magic, identify whatever process you use to verify the origin of this item in question, then you will figure out the handout that I revealed to you earlier out of stream, but that I will reveal again for purposes of the audience. The Champion's Tablet. Magical item, wonderful item, common, shows the names of the greatest victors of the Company of Champions Covenant. This tablet, chiseled from the Victor's Stone, is engraved with the names of the brave warriors that have fought honorable battles, as if they were epitaphs, honoring their lives. You can use an action to read the magical text engraved in the tablet. The text will show you the names of others who also hold a Champion's Tablet within 2 miles of you, as well as their last location within the last 24 hours. Once effective use, it cannot be used again until you finish a short rest. Sorry about that, we can start marking. You will figure out that this is the effect of the Champion's Tablet. The description, I didn't put it in the description, but it does show you roughly which direction, relative direction to you they would be.
Okay. So Ace kind of looks at it like, So I guess a little entry present from a little champions club. So let's see, you're supposed to rub it like this, and
Also,
she sees like.
Also, Bart, you're coming a little bit low.
Is that better?
Roughly the same.
Okay. How about now?
A bit better.
Okay, so she'll kind of figuring out how to activate it. She'll turn on the Champion's Tablet, just to peruse it a bit to see, maybe there's some guy out there with a bounty. Maybe Ace could start making a name for herself. Who's the nearest schmo with it? Here's the nearest goon within 2 miles.
The nearest goon, as you put it, within 2 miles, would be someone named Lady Valencia Draco the Lily, rider of the Red Scales, true dragon of Drangleic.
Damn it!
Somewhere around maybe like 100 feet within you, and you're within 100 feet of you, rather. What's it called? You see. You see that name appears within the next 2 miles. Let me double check. Roll me a D100.
Okay. D100. 28.
Okay, give me a second while I check something important here. You pick up on a second, what's it called? On a second signature, as it were, of the champion's tablet. Give me 1 second while I check something. Somebody called Masterless Glencore. It's like damn near on the border of 2 miles away from you. Or at least that was their last known location.
Border of 2 miles. Or 100 feet. Look, Ace kind of thinks to herself like, you know what? This might be a sign. Also, maybe we could knock her down a peg to gain reputation with these champions. And, well, hey, she already knows how Valencia fights. She doesn't know this dude. So, that's a bit of an advantage for Ace. So, she'll write down the name of this other dude. So, when we're on the road, maybe she'll see if she can find this guy again. You said Masterless Glencore?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that, Ace is going to find Valencia. See what she's doing.
On that note, what would Valencia...
Valencia-
Go ahead.
For the time being, Valencia, she's gonna talk to Gwen up later, but right now she's probably just spending time with the horse.
Roland, right? That was the name of your horse?
Roland.
Yes. Roland is currently, chilling. What's it called? Just out of curiosity, where would Valencia usually keep Roland at? Would it be within close proximity of the small camp that her retainers have, or would she have moved him to the nearby like the farm area where like the chickens and the pigs are at?
Roland would be near the camp. Roland is part of her retainers.
Okay.
She's probably just like giving Roland just like a snack or something.
You
Just
are
quietly chatting to them.
You're giving Roland a snack while Fern is currently brushing Roland's body, basically. I don't have access to his usual filter at the moment, but he will say, "Is my technique acceptable, Lady Valencia?" As he's still like brushing Roland.
It most certainly is. You've improved quite a lot, I must say.
I've learned from the best. What's it called? As he says this, that's roughly around the time where Ace would arrive.
Ace is gonna make this like as dramatic as possible, like how she knows other Thunderslingers do. She kind of has her hat, the brim of her hat pulled down over her eyes. She's smoking she's got her, she's got like a little bit of wheat, like a bit of straw in her mouth. And she's kind of lamenting not having spurs because that would be cooler. So you just hear her like purposefully kind of stomp just to make it sound like, oh yeah, she's got dramatic entrance, and she's got her cape over like her shoulder, like like given the vibe of like the man with no name from the Dallas trilogy.
Valencia's trying to ignore you on purpose.
Dag. Ace looking over at Valencia, being perturbed at this point, like, well. It. How you doing, Scales?
Here we go again. I saw the name of a certain...
Damn, my internet died. Shit. Hold on.
If per person, I would smack you right then and there, you friggin' gecko.
Oh, hold
You
on.
wouldn't know on if it showed its face to you.
I think my internet
That was internal.
my internet
okay.
died for a second there, y'all. Like I did not hear whatever response Valencia gave to Ace. I don't know if that came through the stream either.
I guess it died again. Fuck.
Damn.
Oh, what the fuck? What happened?
You're cutting out, Vorti.
Okay, well shit. Hold on. It's not my
I
mic
think you're
though.
back.
Yeah, it's my internet though. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I'm back.
I was saying like I did not hear whatever response Valencia gave to Ace, and I don't think it came through the stream either.
Oh damn. Can I just say it again?
So Valencia basically said like, here we go again. Ace. I saw the name of a certain vagrant dirting the name of my tablet this morning.
What a coincidence. Seems a pampered little princess was also putting their name on the epitaph, as it were.
Narrows eyes.
Is something wrong, Lady Valencia? Asks Fern.
No, it's fine.
I see.
Well. Ace kind of like pushes the brim of her hat up some, kind of narrowing her eyes with the straw in between her teeth. Like, well, we both seems like the two of us signed up for with the with the champions around here, and figured might as well kill two birds with one stone, trounce you and kickstart reputation around here.
If you're suggesting having a duel with me, you can make an appointment. I'm busy tending to Roland right now.
I wasn't gonna fight. Well, after the sportsmanship from yesterday, I thought it best to give you time to rest a little bit. Possibly while we're on the road. Say tomorrow, high noon. Unless you're chicken.
Fern looks
Valencia pops a vein.
Fern looks over and says, "Is that supposed to be a an insult, Lady Ace?"
I do believe it is.
Then,
An attempt at one, at least.
Then, as Lady Valencia's squire, I'm afraid I also cannot let this slight go unaddressed. Lady Ace, if your intention is to demand a honorable duel from Lady Valencia, then, well, addressing with such disrespect is not the way to accomplish that.
If I was gonna come at Val here with disrespect, it'd be a lot more colorful for her. Just a little something from my neck of the woods, as it were. Now, I don't expect y'all to come in with a thunder blaster, so I'll let you borrow my crossbow, if you wish.
I believe you are setting a.
Crossbow.
Fern looks over at Valencia.
I'll let Fern speak.
Well, no, he just looks over at you when you say crossbow, and he looks back and says, "I believe you are intentionally setting a scenario where you have the advantage in this particular duel, Lady Ace. Not a very honorable thing to do, I believe."
Mostly making an even playing field, Fern. Nothing.
Looks over at Valencia.
If you wish to duel me, then just say so.
Well, unless you want me to smack you with a glove, or toss down a little handkerchief, or you want to sell this, or you want to sell this, or you too occupied with being pampered and all, seeing how quick Tin Man got you killed over.
If you wish it so, I will cut you down tomorrow. You have my word. Now be gone, you're wasting my time.
Alright. Made it. Here's at least some sportsmanship. And Ace kind of hold out her hand.
Valencia will not shake the hand. She's back to tending to her horse.
So much for honorable knights and all. And Ace just
I
turns
am a
away.
knight. Fern is a squire. You are a commoner, don't forget that. You're in Drangleic now.
Oh shit!
Dang!
You ain't in your neighborhood anymore, fool.
No. Talk like that, and you end up getting a thunderbolt in your back. But thankfully, you're not dealing with someone from the Hellspurs. But then But remember, for Val, at least most folks do. Don't matter what kind of blood you get. No matter if you got highborn blood or a low commoner, all still blue. All of us still draw blood. All of us still draw some blood in a fight. Well, at least for me, it's Magnum. Well, see you around. And he just kind of walks away, thinking to herself, "Yeah, I had a better burn than that." Mm-mm-mm.
Fern.
And she's going to try and find Signis.
Fern looks over at Valencia and says, "Are you alright, Lady Valencia?"
I am most fine.
Remember, Signis is fucking hunting. He's fucking disappeared into the brush.
Fern will say, "Correct me if I'm wrong, Lady Valencia, but this is one of the travel companions that you have selected for this journey. Is she not?"
What are his
Selected is a strong word.
I thought you was about to call her a travel associate.
What's it called? Fern will say, "Is
Travel associate.
obviously my experience of travel has been very limited outside of our own travels. But is it regular to be at odds with your travel companions in such a way to the point of, demanding satisfaction?"
No, it is not, and I do pray that you don't have to deal with stuff like this in the future.
Nice PNG. What's it called? Fern will say, Fern will say, "I see. Well, regardless of what may happen in the future, Lady Valencia, if Lady Ace demands another duel, and you answer in kind, I have no doubt in my mind that you will come out victorious. After all, I've seen your abilities firsthand. They are quite impressive, more than impressive."
Indeed. Improve a bit more, and maybe next time you can duel in my stead. How about it?
"I would be most honored." As he, while still brushing Roland, he tries to do like a bow to show his appreciation, but he ends up bumping his head against Roland's side. And what's it called? He didn't quite measure the distance there. And he kind of very quickly stands back up. You can't see his face, obviously, because he constantly wears like a mask. But through body language, you can tell that he's feeling very embarrassed. But he's not saying anything.
Valencia just does a proper bow in turn to show Fern how it's done. And just continues looking after Fern.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything else? Also, sorry if I've been missing the text cues in the chat. I was focused on the roleplay here. What's it called? Sorry about that.
Yeah, Signis just went hunting. Fucking comes back in uniform.
Shield bear. You find you hunt a total of 4 rations.
Nice.
Or 4 rations worth of fish, I guess. As we will look for Val. Everybody wants to talk to Val today. What's it called? If Signis is returning to town after hunting, and SB is also returning in around town after fishing, then what we can do is that both of your arrivals kind of coincide here. So now most of the party is basically somewhere around town at this moment, just getting every preparation set, and you will be able to find Valencia, unless you yourself, Valencia, would do something else after just chilling with Fern and brushing Roland and playing, and hanging out with Roland as well.
I'll probably leave talking with Gwenald for a bit later, just so I can, interact with the players.
Okay then.
If anything, the conversation with Gwenald can be done in post.
Or he could be around when you talk to Silver. I can let y'all decide that too.
Valencia would want to talk with Gwenald one-on-one, so not for this segment.
Okay. In that case, in between you kind of, leaving Roland's side and, going to do your own thing, I'll say Silver will be able to find you. So go ahead.
Yeah, Silver walking. Hey, Miss Valencia.
Shield Bearer. Good to meet you.
Had a question.
Go on, you may speak.
Would any of your retainers know Undercommon?
Would Valencia know what Undercommon is?
Hobo language.
It's hobo language basically. Draw me a history, because I don't imagine Valencia usually hangs out with the lower classes, quote unquote.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have no idea what this type of peasant language is supposed to be. Is it even a language? Question mark. It's not just like a made-up thing. Go ahead.
I hear it has the word under in it.
Yes.
Could it be an underground language? Or what are you quite referring to?
I see you don't know. I could ask your attendants personally. If you know where they are.
That I do. Why are you asking if I may ask?
Well, I want to be able to communicate better with more people. And I didn't expect someone from your status to know what Undercommon is, but I hoped. And it's one of the 3 languages really spoken throughout the lands. The only one I cannot speak.
A language based on status? Could you please elaborate?
Spoken by the less fortunate. Let's state it like that.
Valencia, just thinks for a moment and then just answers, I don't believe any of my retainers have been in such dire circumstances to be considered that, no.
I mean, you could know it because they helped someone. I don't know their history.
I guess you could go ask Gwenald and Fern. Fern used to be a blacksmith. Gwenald has always been really a family cook, so unless they went out a venture of their own, without telling me, then I highly doubt it.
will see to it, but where are they?
Valentia points in the direction of Fern, and she tells you that she's currently looking for Gwenard.
Oh, then I'll head there in a moment. One more thing I wanted to discuss with you. What did you think of the duel you had with Atlas?
It was a pretty solid fight, I must admit. I wasn't expecting it to be quite that strong.
You see, Spielberg looking a bit suspicious and disappointed by that comment.
Is there something wrong?
I mean, that's all you have to comment on it. You tried to be the leader, right? You had training as a knight. You should know where it went wrong. Where to improve. How to get stronger.
That is something that will take time. I'll figure it out eventually.
I'm sorry to hear that. I expected more. As he just walks away.
Valentia looks at you confused.
Who fucking ends a conversation like
Indeed, who the fuck ends the conversation like that? Shield bear, apparently.
The opposite of like, who the fuck says that? I just sat down. That was so cool. I imagine Shield Basher though is very proud of you, Shield Bear. What's it
I
called?
mean, yeah, you all don't hear what he is yelling.
Yeah.
Just
what's
it's
it
just
called?
profanities and slurs.
But with with that out of the way, what else happens in this day before y'all are getting ready?
I mean, he would look for Fern and Reynolds.
That is true. Fern has just been done with horse brushing duty, so now he's up to equipment maintenance duty as per the schedule of the busy retainers. Gwenold, however, is currently in inventory taking duty, which will be followed closely behind by by the morning meal. That's more important than the inventory taken at the moment. You will see that.
Woody?
He's dead.
Oh, did I cut out?
You cut out
Hello?
with, inventory.
Yes, you did.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry.
Duty.
You will see that Gwenold is currently working on cooking. He's currently on cooking duty, and then we'll move on to inventory taking. What's it called? Once he's done using today's recipe. Thankfully, they're not like super far away from each other, because again, they're all within the same camp, just a little bit to the side of the town.
Mhm.
So you would be able to spot both of them within relative distance of each other. As Fern seems to be polishing, like armor pieces, weapons, and the like. And Gwenold is currently doing that thing that chefs do, or anybody who tries like their to make food does, where they like taste it, before actually starting to serve it. What's it called?
Mm-hmm.
And
that's standard procedure.
yeah, standard. Like I said, that's
Yeah.
what every chef does. What's it called? So you would be able to find them, within close proximity.
Yeah. Well, you would walk up to Fern. He's like, Sir Fern, could I speak to you for a moment?
you may. He looks a little bit confused because you haven't really sought him out personally until now, and he will say, "Yes, Sir Shieldbearer, is that correct?"
Correct. I have 2 questions for you. One, do you speak Undercommon by any chance?
The DM proceeds to to check the stat block that he made like a while back. I forgot he uses the commoner as a stat block. What's it called? I'm going to say that. Also, welcome back. I'm going to say, Fern thinks for a moment, takes a deep breath, and then says, "It is not a language that I have spoken in a while. My kind, Corvians, are not very common around Drangleic, and as a species adjacent to those who possess bestial traits, well, our kind is also receive in very varied fashions depending on the region. I've had to learn the language of the less fortunate, though I have not spoken it since I entered the employment of the Draco the Lily household."
Then would you mind teaching me what you know?
He thinks for a second and says, "Will me teaching you help Lady Valencia's efforts in any way?"
You cut a bit out. You said will teaching you help Lady Valencia?
Yes, will him teaching you help Lady Valencia's efforts in any way?
We've lost him again.
What the hell?
Or is it me this time?
Did I cut out again?
Efforts in. Yeah,
Yeah.
efforts in.
Partially cutting out.
Let me see something, because it might be just me using like voice mod that is causing this. It didn't happen last time. 1 second. Okay. I think I got it fixed. I'm just going to close down voice mod for the time being. All right. Can y'all still hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, well, hopefully that actually helps in me not cutting out. Yes, he asked if him helping you will in any way further Lady Valencia's efforts.
It will help us be throughout our adventures. Make sure we can communicate, and by that means make sure we make less enemies than need be.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Another 11.
He thinks for a second. He doesn't seem too convinced, but he says, "Well, I must inform you that my duty first and foremost as a retainer and squire of Lady Valencia comes in aiding her. To set time aside to teach you this particular language will, well, mean that that's time that I will be taken away from other activities. However, if Lady Valencia is approving of this, then I can do what I can. Although, well, when are you exactly meant to set out again on a journey?
Player question. Have we decided on a day to set out?
We
Probably
haven't-
soon, within like the next 1 or 2 days, I think.
Not
Yeah, we
sure.
haven't like properly discussed like a set time, but I imagine Valencia would have mentioned that she wants to set out either today evening or tomorrow morning.
I presume within a few days. If that.
Not enough time to cover all the language lessons necessarily to master it, then. This would mean that I would either need to accompany you in your journey, or that you would need to pay close attention.
I can do with both. Then I have. Oh, yeah, sorry.
In that case, I have a proposal, Sir Shieldbearer. Should Lady Valencia allow it, I can perform these lessons either here or out on the road if I am to accompany you.
I will ask in a bit. I do have a second question. A completely different one. That is for you as a squire.
He sets
What
a
was
shield aside. Go ahead.
What was your opinion on the duel yesterday?
My opinion is that, well, Sir Atlas proved to be quite proficient and adept at the martial arts, and Lady Valencia just as much. Sadly, it seems fate dictated that the favor would fall on Sir Atlas that day. Though I guarantee you, should Lady Valencia's abilities be, well, should her injury not be as severe as it is, the tide of that battle would have surely turned against Sir Atlas. Regardless, however, Lady Valencia fought well, and so did Sir Atlas. The result, well, even seemed to be accepted by Lady Valencia herself. As a squire, I have no real right to complain.
So, you think that if her leg heals, she would have the mobility to keep up with Atlas using all his mobilities?
I've only heard of what Sir Atlas is capable of doing in battle. I wasn't present during your exploits underground.
I know.
But
you saw him yesterday using extra mobility enhancers, right? Well, not
whatever that type of
enhancers.
pyromancy was,
Abilities.
you imagine. Whatever type of pyromancy Sir Atlas is using in order to boost their mobility. Well, it's not an ability that Lady Valencia seems to, well, have acquired just yet. I can't imagine it is going to make that great of a difference against equal or greater skill. Any foe, if there's something that I've learned from Lady Valencia, is that any foe, regardless of how big or small or powerful it looks like, can be overcome if your determination is strong enough.
Interesting. Thank you.
He nods and then says, "Is there anything else you require of me?"
Not at the moment.
You hear over to the side. Hey, Fern. Breakfast is ready. Let Lady Valencia know. As he passes over like a bowl of soup to Fern. He looks over and says, "I believe yet another duty calls."
Well, if you're going to right now, could you immediately ask for approval to the lessons? Then I can move on to other matters.
I shall do just that.
Thank you. And he does a... What do you call it? Short bow?
Yeah, short bow.
Yeah,
Shallow
short
bow.
bow. Shallow. Yeah.
Short bow is a weapon.
That's short bow moves on as well.
He pulls out a short bow and Fern. What's it called?
Yes.
You.
Training starts now.
What's it called? Well, in that case, as it is. Oh, what just happened?
No idea.
My roll 20 lagged me out of the game.
Oh, damn.
Oh damn, yeah. I mean that sometimes just happens.
In the stream as well.
Yeah, like straight up
Oh.
put me back on like the pregame screen. I don't know what the fuck just happened there. At any rate, what's going to happen here is that Fern is going to, of course, fetch Valencia, pass her over the bowl of soup, and will say, "Breakfast is ready, Lady Valencia." Additionally, Sir Shieldbearer seems to be keen on trying to learn the language of Undercommon, and has requested me to be his instructor. Am I cleared for such a diversion?
Yes. They've talked to me about it earlier. You have my permission. I'm sure you'll make a great teacher.
Thank you, Lady Valencia. I will do my best to uphold that level of trust you have in me. And he will retreat and say, "Would you prefer to eat alone, or..." And he gestures towards the camp or nearby where Gwenalt is at.
I'll go have a chat with Gwenalt.
Very well. He once again does like a bow. This time he does measure the distance properly. And he will, retreat back to his duties. Yes, he will approach you, Shilbearer, and, say, "Lady Valencia has cleared us for duty. Lesson starts now."
Right.
In that case, who else is gonna do anything specific here?
I think Ace was looking for Signis.
Ace.
Though at the moment it's not really Signis, it's just fucking Jeremiah.
I mean, Ace
Like-
has seen Jeremiah's outfit, so you'll be able to.
She still calls him some walker either way.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, cause like currently Jeremiah's fucking like skinning a deer, like fucking like hanging up, bleeding it out, or getting it ready to turn into fucking jerky.
Okay. There you are, Walker.
Nice to see you around. What's going on? You see, he's actually in uniform, instead of like his normal outfit.
You put down some no. You put down somebody recently while you were out, or
No, Uniform just matches. Uniform just matches with it. Uniform's darker in color, so it makes it easier to hide in the bush.
Fair
Quite
enough.
a lot easier to hunt animals when they can't, when and they cannot see you in full old regal purple all in the damn bushes.
Hmm. Well, I happen
And
to
I don't want to get my I don't want to get at my nice clothes dirty, so while I did this, so decided to stay in uniform for a little longer.
Well, that's pretty sensible. Also, Walker, I got a favor to ask.
What's the situation?
No, nothing like, nothing sort like that. I am, so, get to the meat and potatoes of it. So, around these parts, I've found out that there's a little social club, as it were, Company of Champions. And way of, well, gaining fame and renown as a bit of a thunderslingers myself. I said, you know what? I might as well see to join up with these folks. Well, and in me joining their clandestine club, as it were, found out that particular people, if you challenge them to a duel, you get a little bit of reputation, and well, it just so happens particular ornery individual is also a member of that here covenant, as it were, and
I'm guessing you're referring to Valencia?
Yes. Now,
Well, that is certainly going to be. He just stops there. He mutters something under his breath. You probably just don't hear it at all.
anyway, I would, seeing as you're a bit of a showman, and as it were, and given that we fixing a duel tomorrow at noonish.
Kindly do not duel each other before we need to leave.
We're not dueling before we leave. We're doing it at noon on the road.
That seems counterintuitive.
It is not counterintuitive. It is, and plus I gave Scales enough to even the playing field, as it were. Since she ain't got no thunder pistol, I'm letting her borrow my old crossbow. So, in any case, I would like you as my second, as it were, the officiator. Give her your old Fleetfoot pizzazz, as it were.
I am going to say this very plainly. If I am to officiate, I will be doing so in a I will be very blunt with the situation. You are there's I might add a little bit of flair of my own, but I am going to I am not one to I will say that while I am when I am he just like pauses for a second, just says, eh, never mind, but when I'm out of uniform, just understand that even then am not going to be particularly uh, happy about this. I understand.
It's not like
I
I'm gonna kill her or anything.
No, I understand. I understand, and the purpose of duels. I have, I just mean that both of you are consistently at each other's necks, and you squabble like a pair of siblings. And I would know much about that, considering I have two sisters myself. Well, the issue here is I am not. While I'm not sure about you, I know that at Miss Valencia has a bit of a temper. If you goad her too much, she may go too far. Uh, she has a lot of pride and she has a lot of pride, and it sometimes gets in the way of better judgment. I suggest if you are to go about this, and I will officiate to make sure that nothing goes wrong, have it on friendly terms, and do not do the same thing as Atlas did, where you took it to unconsciousness or to surrender. She's likely not going to surrender, so
Hmm. Well, here's the thing too, Walker. Reputation. Aside from her down, also that egotistical iguana's been trouncing around like she's all high and mighty, like she thinks she's better than everybody else, just because she's got some fancy title, of rider of the red scales, knight of so and so. And if anything, this would knock her down a peg and let her know, hey, they ain't just cause you like, yeah, y'all might be the little ringleader around here, but if you want folks riding with you, you gotta treat folks equal like, and also smack over god dang tail and huff, uppity with
I
folks,
understand that it may be a little bit grinding, a little bit it tiresome at times, but what you're doing it now is taking fuel and stoking a flame. You need to go slow about these things. You cannot rush them, and I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to humble her, but the thing is, humility is not something that you learn in a day. Hubris is a great flaw that plagues many of us, and it is certainly something that plagues Valencia most of all people. You cannot rush them through the process of growth. You yourself have quite a bit of pride that I believe it's best that, for the moment, you restrain yourself a little. You do not need you do not need to go all out on this.
Restrain myself. Not. Okay, okay, that's like
Do
saying, telling a fish not to swim, a swimmer, folks not to breathe. Like, yeah. Like, if anything, I was as cordial. I was as cordial as a count from Dominaria, if any. Anything. She was the most rude and ornery I saw around. Plus, dueling is a way to blow off some steam as well as sharpening your skills and giving. And it ain't like I got a horse and a lance I can just ride out there with a suit of armor, or like somebody at the county fair. And plus, I'm putting it on equal terms with her, and I'll use it. She'll use all her tricks up her sleeve. I might as well use some of mine, and I'll give her a bit of an edge. And you see Ace kind of pull out this friggin' crossbow where, for Signis, because of where you're from, it halfway looks like a cross between, like, a friggin', like a crossbow and a friggin' slide action rifle. But you notice that there isn't a bowstring. It's mostly like metal and a stock.
You are going to need to teach her to use that thing. That is definitely not something that she would be able to use.
Oh, it's easy. Just see. All you gotta do is grab the choked handguard here, as you just watch, because frig off, repeat friggin', well, I gotta fix her up in the morning for the duel anyways. But yeah. So you see like a little bit of spark, like something's trying to activate, but
He would just sigh and just say, "All right, I'll officiate for you. Just understand that, well, that's all I'll be doing."
I'm not asking you to step in and fight for me.
I have a feeling at this point he's like done with all like the grisly bits of the of like cleaning up the deer, etc. It's just and just has it like cut into pieces and smoking already. So he's just, you see as he changes back to much better. Anyways, he's, as I said, I will be officiating for you. That'll will be all I'll be doing. And I will be handling in the matters of making sure it all stays fair. Is that okay with you?
That's fine, and plus, look, win or lose, This is... This... Well, it means something. It means a lot. I'm like, you're the only one of these fools around here I can trust with this kind of thing. Like, I gotta do this.
It is fair. I understand why. Eh, Heck, I do. I do. I do fancy myself. I do fancy myself a friendly spar with my old companion, ins as well. Oh, most notably, old Solomon. But that's about that. I will say, if things get heated, I will step in. Is that understood?
I'm mostly made of fire. How else can it get heated? Aside from Val breathing her hot breath on folks.
You just see like the hand come up, just like fucking straight into the face again. No, just another fucking face palm. And we have resorted to the lowest form of comedy. Puns.
Also, what's wrong with puns?
Signis just like he stares at you as if you're supposed to know what's wrong with puns. Like he's just silent. He's just like
it adds to your repertoire, as it were. You're a performer.
yes.
So,
Lowest form of comedy. It's still funny, but there have some class. He is saying this in like not like a tired tone or anything. He's just like saying it very playfully. Like you can almost like see the shit-eating grin under his mask.
yeah, you see like Ace kind of like pouting at you, like, you mofo. I see what you're doing, but I'm you ain't shit.
He'll just say, "Alrighty, I'll just get the rest of this process done. And you should probably also handle a few other chores of your own, while you still have daylight. So he just like sort of he like instinctively goes to pat you on the head, but it's just like, wait, no, this isn't my sister. Just like pats you on the shoulder instead. And just like, I'll get this done, and if you want, you can help yourself to a few slices of jerky for your own rations, and later on.
Alright. I gotta work on this thunderbolt. Been a while since I had her tuned up.
It's like this is
Please
just
wanna get...
still fucking smoking the fucking deer.
I wonder how the Tin Man's coming along.
What's it called? Like, what? So, I'm going to like kind of like describe what Rock sort of like sees. So like the armor sort of like opens up in paneling, and Rock is, well, first of all, the first thing you notice is that your previous sort of like dosages and like estimations on like different medicines, you definitely have to reconsider those because you realize that the armor is not form-fitting in the slightest. This person underneath seems to be of like first of all like sort of feminine build, still like very muscular in a lithe sort of way. As you see, they actually, so the way the suit works is you see their hands actually end at the elbow of the suit and kind of like use a sort of like, I don't know how else to describe it other than like like the VR knuckle controllers. They kind of use those to operate like the rest of the gauntlet.
So,
And same with the feet ending at the knees. They basically have limb enhancers.
basically, my brain's comparing it to an Iron Man equivalent of the mechs from the Avatar movie,
Yeah, honestly, kind of like that.
but with obviously foot equivalencies to the gloves instead of the pedals and stuff.
Yeah, like
Kamen
everything is like,
Rider.
more internal. But yeah, very much so. Like yeah, you notice they're still quite tall. They just your estimates are like 6'5", but they they
Like an inch shorter than Rock baseline.
yeah, and well, hold on.
Kamen Rider.
Yeah, all right.
Henshin.
So, as you watch, like their sort of like plug suit, which is like a bright, stark, like silver, sort of like dematerialize, you start noticing well, you're probably not that unused to this considering where you're from, but it is still a very much like a
I am out of scar
oh,
tissue.
because you expect you expect to see the gash that was left by the axe, but you also see a burn scar across the throat, sternum, a long curved puncture scar under the left ribs, a thick circular gouge around the upper right arm, a deep jagged slash down her left forearm, a massive diagonal scar across her back from the left shoulder blade down all the way to her lower right waist, a small but deep puncture wound on the back of the right shoulder, knotted stitches along the top third of her spine, stomach stitches horizontally across her lower abdomen, her lower right abdomen having a spiral burn, like spiraling out, a wide pitted scar on the inner right thigh, and a clean horizontal slash just above the ankle. Her right ankle, that is.
My brain's
So,
my brain's like in terms of equipment for those who play, for if you play Smash Bros. Is imagining like the Samus skins where it's like the beach equipment, where it's like you can see like the admin and everything else, but with the Metroid
yes,
helmet
exactly.
still on.
That's
Like
the
the
aesthetic. But
Yeah.
yeah, you see that these have been medically tended to. You can actually tell that whatever the Empire's doctors are like, they at the very least know how to do their job. But these are scars that stay.
Yeah, Rock, not even like blinking, not in terms of shock, but just looking at her, would open up his book, flip it to the page with Atlas, and he would show them that it is their medical page, but he's kind of like, before showing it to them, crossed out all of the physical information that he might have had. And we'll ask them, basically starting off with a simple question. Well, now that I have a proper measure of thine appearance, I will ask the first question. In terms of thine physical gender, what is it? I do not care what you identify, whether or not you claim to be man or woman. I simply wish to know what thine body is, so I know what chemicals and hormones exist in thine body already, so I do not give you a missed amount of dosage.
Corporal build is female. However, I am a genetic clone. The gender of said Firefly units does not particularly matter when it comes to hormone levels. However, of course I understand that medical procedures do require this information. So yes, genetically female.
You would then not note that down, and then looking at their build, you said, well, you are slightly shorter than me, but I do know that muscle mass has more volume than fatty tissue and other such things. Do you have any idea of your approximate weight?
Damn.
202 pounds.
Damn.
You would note that down. Okay. And your height, based on the amount of height I can see already, your baseline around the 6'5" range. There we are. Do you have any underlying medical concerns in your history? Have you had, outside of the injuries that I can see you've sustained in your past, do you have any other non-injury related tendencies, or anything that has been the result of any prior injuries? Outside of these.
You kind of like get like a pause, and obviously as a doctor, you know when your patient is like hesitating, and you can tell that like they're right now they're just pondering like, should I say this?
As I said, my work is not in the judicial position. The only thing I will ever judge someone do is another doctor doing their job terribly, or if you are mistreating thine own body. Otherwise, I do not care about thine. But what you do is, it is not mine place to judge you for it.
All Firefly units are genetically predisposed to expire at a certain date. It is known as entropy loss syndrome. Essentially, the more I exist and age, the more my perception of the world begins to slow, until I am essentially rendered catatonic, yet still alive.
So
However,
essentially,
that's not a concern of yours. That time has yet to come.
People amongst your group have a predisposed date and predisposed coma date. Is that the best way to summarize it?
It is not something that one can come back from. I would personally effectively have it down as a death date rather than a coma date.
Yeah, we shall see. It wouldn't be the first time I've had to deal with someone in a coma.
It is adamant that I remain within my coffin, or rather, my suit. The suit prevents the spread of the syndrome, essentially working as a life support and extender. That is why I am so hesitant to leave the cockpit at any time.
That is understandable. The only time I will ever need you to leave the suit is if you sustain injuries that I cannot treat you within it. As long as I have access to the injured area, that is all I require.
Very well.
Now that I'll begin with the simple standard test, and you will have Atlas sit on one of the, basically just the tables, as he will go through the full limb reaction test, starting with, he'll go through the bicep reflex, the tricep reflex, the
funny knee hit.
the brachioradius reflex, then he'll test the super rapidus test, which is the test the rotator cuff muscle with the patient's arm abducted to 90 degrees and forced downwards to assess for pain or weakness. The Jurgensen test for the
What
bicep.
you'll notice is that in all of like specifically the reaction tests, they almost seem to react like maybe like a split second before like there's any form of like actual like impact or contact. Like they're not like twitchy or anything. It's more like their body kind of just has a faster reaction time than average.
Well, at least with it, I can rule out any potential damage to the tendons or thy nervous system. Though I do not know about thine pain receptors, they might need something. Now then, I will
I
check
believe the pain numbing is more of a
experience.
experience thing. Yes,
Well, first I shall assess.
I do not believe there is anything wrong with my pain receptors, but I will leave it to the doctor to examine that.
Well, we shall see. Makes sense. He's the first time he's actually been able to inject Atlas.
Yeah, and like you know, they are not a standard human.
Yeah.
One thing you actually do know is that notice is that like their heel kind of like area and like the muscle that goes above it. I don't remember what the muscle is.
Let me check
Like,
because I do have the.
quads, right?
Let's see. There's the plantar, which is the lateral sole of the foot, which can cause toe flexion.
I meant the one that kind of like the you know your shin. You know what's behind your shin?
Uh.
Like the squishy bit. The back of your shin. The back of your shin.
No,
I'm
alright.
bad at explaining this.
That is the cat. I believe that's
The calf.
muscle.
Yes, that is the calf, yeah. So you see the heel and the calf are kind of like weird. They're kind of like there's you kind of like see like a bit of like what seems to be biomechanics that's been done there. Like there are like like there's just like an advanced sort of like reflex that has been implanted in there, which if you think back to it, Atlas did turn off their thrusters during their fight with Valencia, but were still able to like avoid opportunity attacks and just jump around really like great distances. And you can tell that that's not a suit thing. That's actually part of the biology.
The funny thing is, this doesn't seem that weird to Rock because
Yeah.
he lives in a world where magic prosthetic arms exist.
Yeah, magic prosthetic arms, just like horrible, like like just flesh.
The phantom limb is a thing that exists.
Yeah, exactly. So this isn't weird to Rock.
And the serpent blade whip, or the I won't cast the uncharged claw because that's a weird monster gauntlet, not a prosthetic. But it's like Rock's not like he's not like probably to Atlas' surprise. Rock does not look at all phased, and this is some sort of physical augmentation enhancement. Then I'll have to evaluate how I'll deal with this area if it becomes injured in the future, or if I need to treat the muscle tissue.
I am confused. What do you mean by enhancement?
You have some sort of augmentation to the lower calf muscle just above of the heel of thine foot.
What are normal?
Stand over here, please, and he would maybe just pull out a mirror, because he obviously would have a mirror to help patients examine themselves.
Yeah, of course.
And he'll just gesture them to the augmented areas he has noticed.
And they just kind of reply like,
I do not quite understand what I am supposed to be looking at here.
This is a physical augmentation. It is not standard on the human body.
Strange. Suboptimal.
It seems to potentially be the reason why you were able to move so nimbly against Lady Valencia, though that is not my concern. The only issue I will have in the future is if it prevents me from being able to access whatever muscles and tissue will lie underneath if it becomes damaged.
I will keep that in mind and attempt to avoid injury to the heel.
Wait, I will ask this. Because Rock, even if he didn't get to a bait medicine, he is a perfectionist when it comes to his craft. How good of a job did the medics actually do on Atlas? Did they put proper care into it, or was it just it's good enough, we'll kill them today, they'll live?
it would probably be done less by like actual doctors and surgeons and more by like machines. I'll say that the stitching looks like Rock could probably tell that at the very least the stitching is mechanical because it looks perfect. But like, you know,
Yeah.
the human
But, like-
hand can't create that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It
But in
doesn't
terms
look
Yeah.
bad per se, but it's like it seems like it almost seems like there was like a rush job here. You can tell that like most of these
It-
scars are like permanent and like couldn't be fixed, but you can tell that some of them probably could have.
Best way to describe it is it's industrial grade work. It's good enough to get a pass, and it looks good, but whether or not they actually did the best they could is definitely not the case. You didn't have
exactly.
Well, the stitching work is good, and some of these scars were unavoidable, but the best way I can describe this is it is a hatchet job. They did it in a rush to get you better as soon as they could. Good for whoever did this.
That is fine by me. The quicker I can fight, the quicker I return to duty and fulfill my purpose.
The better way is to do it. If you're going to do anything, is to do it correctly. The better the operation, the better the improvement, the better the recovery, and the more effective you will be after you heal. If it continued like this, your body, I doubt you would even reach your coma date.
I still fight at adequate levels, do I not? I did land that final blow against the Rotten.
I'm not stating that you do not fight well. I am simply stating that if the people who treat you only treat you to the barest of minimums, then it doesn't not matter how well you fight now. Your body it will catch up to you eventually.
Believe it or not, Doc. As I have said, I am a clone. We are expendable. It is a miracle that I even come back from my missions. Most of them simply perish in order to get the job done and eliminate the enemy.
Well, I will state this. Unless I give mine permission, I do not intend on letting anyone here die. When I do my job, I do it correctly.
While normally I would say that that is an unwise decision, because Firefly units are disposable. I suppose that is not the case at this point in time. Not until I manage to set up comms, at least.
Well, anyway, I will examine the main areas that concern me the most due to our recent experience. And he'll basically, I'm gonna roll another medicine. He's basically just checking so far through his notes, the stab in the abdomen from the Punisher, the multiple slash wounds from the Great Axe, from the Cleavers, and potential signs of necrosis and everything else from the Rotten.
Actually, I'll give you the help action because I actually have medicine as a proficiency, so I'll give you the help action, like, you know, because Atlas knows their body.
There we go. I didn't even need it.
Yeah, I didn't even need it.
Rock. The best way I've described it for Rock, I could describe Rock so far purely because of the consistency of his medicine checks. When he checks a new patient, he doesn't do that well because he's not used to them. But then immediately after, he rolls high. That just seems to be the thing. He rolls low the first time, but then always gets like a decent roll the second.
Yep.
He basically checking the wounds and everything is there for like any signs of necrosis, infection, everything else. He's also checking your blowtorch wound because he wants to make he's gonna be properly disinfecting and treating that area.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, like, you don't see their face because their helmet is still on, but they don't even seem to like wince or flinch when you like kind of like, you know, just kind of like prod around like the fresh injuries. Like you can very much tell, like, yeah, like, wow, they do not notice this for some reason.
Yeah, and Rock, when he operates them, I'm gonna say the power of the 21 because it's really high. Will treat the wounds to the best of his capability that they won't scar over if they can. Like, if it's capable for
Yeah.
them to not scar, he'll do it to where they won't. Because not just because it's a perfectionist, but he also knows the more healthy skin, the better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there is already enough fucking scar tissue as is.
Yeah, he would not be surprised if Atlas's suit has a vitamin D injector.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rock will treat everything go. Well, that is everything. I will prescribe you these to see if there's any improvement in thine receptors. As whilst you do not experience pain from your experience, I would recommend the potential to at least notice it for even if you do not feel it, injuries are not good. The pain is a receptor to let you know you've been harmed and need to get yourself checked. Just like fear is an instinct to keep one alive.
I
You
appreciate it.
Yeah, and he'll basically give you some medication used for like treating nerve damage and stuff to help like potentially rekindle that. And you go, now then, I cannot, as agreed, I will not check thine facial regions, so I will leave you with this. And he'll give them a to-do list of checking the eye, for any signs of blood vessels or anything else, seeing if they're either red, any bags under the eyes and everything else. The texture of the cheek and everything, and tissue to make this for any signs of bruising, damage, or anything else, etc., etc. Also, like, you also supply her with a cloth and disinfectant to wipe their face with, for any, because they did get gases of poison from God knows what in the
Yeah.
and go, this will be for your own time. Or it can be now, and I will leave the room.
They will, you know, they'll take it and like just kind of like nod and like kind of say like, you know, just kind of indicate that like, yeah, I'll take care of it now. If you could just, you know, like leave, that would be appreciated.
Otherwise, outside of the recent injuries which have been treated on thine in numerous scars, you seem to be in proper conditioning.
Guys, we lost Bard.
He's
He's
back.
back.
Welcome back.
But yeah, like
Oh.
Atlas will kind of like nod and say, like as the like armor just kind of like clinks back together, you know, they will kind of like, you know, grab the prescription and stuff and just kind of say,
I appreciate that. You will not be disclosing any form of my identity to
Mine
the
patients'
rest of
personal
the-
lives are not of mine concern, only their health.
Good.
I hope from now on, if you ever receive an injury, rather than torching thine shoulders, you will come to me and let me treat it properly in the future.
I will consider it.
what do they say as they just kind of, you know, walk away.
Yeah, well, Rock would walk out the room first to let them do their thing as he goes off to go do his stuff. Rock
Yeah.
got all his kit with him. He basically just, cause like, I imagine Rock has like those big bags with the handle that like have the clips on the side that fold open. It has like the rack with the vials and everything else in it.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll just
Yeah.
kind of just head out, leaving Atlas to their stuff because he can leave that. Actually, he won't leave. He will stand outside the door. He's not eavesdropping. He's making sure nobody walks by while he's gone.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead. Oh, I thought you were gonna say something.
I think this is
Okay.
I was just gonna say, like, this is probably. I think, like, after Signis finishes, like, fucking curing the jerky and just leaving it to, like, smoke overnight, he ate her just for a long period of time, just so that it dries out. He would probably just, like, go over to the manor, grab the map from the basement if he's found.
That
If
is not
we've actually
something you
found
can
that
grab.
before.
So I do describe the map, quote unquote, of the basement. It isn't a, like paper or parchment map that is you can lay out on a table. You see, upon entering the basement of the manor, inside the sort of like storage room like area where that is in the basement.
Oh, it's
There
like a
is-
fucking table or some shit like
yes, it's like a
It's a
table.
stone-
It's like a stone floor that has been carved in a relief-like manner to look like the map, like the continent map of Drangleic.
Basically, Nathan,
It is a.
that. Oh, so it's like indented into the fucking
yes,
floor.
indented
it's
into
like
the floor.
it's like
Like
if you've
give
seen
me a
Avatar,
second.
it's like
Give me a second, Rab. I'm just finishing like describing it. You see that for what your knowledge of Drangleic goes, it is a very accurate like representation that even goes as far as to get segments of the relief higher than others to symbolize like the mountainous regions of Drangleic. It is a bit difficult to read, however, since this looks very old and like this was probably made like a while ago, and the stonework that was used in the creation of this relief has now been kind of like maybe not corroded, but clearly shown sign of like aged and on it, and this makes some of the segments difficult to interpret properly. What's it called? You identify that there's letters, carved into it to signify like different like regions and names of places as well. But you're not 100% sure if these are even accurate anymore, considering this place looks very old.
Yeah, even then, can Signis like sort of clean it up, just like clear up any like bits and pieces, and then afterwards go grab Atlas? Fucking.
I'll say, for convenience sake, because Bard also typed in the chat, both Signis and Ace would be able to find Atlas around roughly the same time. And also, before we move on with that little interaction, Marian, are you here?
Yes.
I was gonna ask because I haven't seen you typed in the chat in a while, so I was just wondering if Shieldbearer was doing anything specific.
I mean, studying with Fern.
Oh, okay.
He's just studying.
Studying then. Well, I need you to make me just for the purposes of this. Well, actually, something to point out. My house rules. I do have a rule for proficiency training. If you just want to, we're gonna constitute whatever other training you got from Melinda as a day towards you learning Undercommon.
I thought 3 since we were cramming.
Oh yes, my bad. You did cram. My bad. House rule. Let me double. No, I was forgetting my own rules.
Proficiency bonus.
Yeah. We can constitute this as another day. If you want to make the check to cram a couple more extra days, you can. If you want to.
You want to cram? That is
Then-
intelligence, right?
It's intelligence. Yes. So DC 14 intelligence check. Remember, you run the risk of not learning anything.
Hey,
You just did it.
that succeeds.
You just did it.
That's 3 extra
So
days.
go ahead and add a couple of extra days to your learning of Undercommon. How much did I say you would need to learn this? Was it 15?
15, so it's 6 out of 15 now.
Okay.
it's over at. That's about almost half.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you are on your way to learning Undercommon. We'll count this as a day of learning for the purpose of this. Well, besides that, like I was saying, well, for purposes of convenience, we'll say Signis and Ace all meet up with Atlas at the same time. Somewhere in town.
Atlas, would you say that's
Oh, go ahead.
yeah? Atlas, would you say that's like after Atlas came out the room and
Yeah, I'd say
them
after,
and Rock departed? Yeah. Because otherwise, Rock would literally just shoo everybody away until Atlas leaves.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say this is like a bit after, like maybe like an hour or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just kind of see Atlas. Just walking the perimeter.
Uh, I think Signis will like notice Ace and just say, "Hey, oh, you have something to ask of Atlas as well? I was hoping to get them their opinion on the map down underneath the ruined manor, just so that we had something to work off of. I could fill in the gaps, I could fill in the gaps and incorrect knowledge using my own understanding of Drangleic. Then, that's sort of the plan that I had." This was to Ace, by the way. Ah,
Okay. No, stop. So, yeah, Ace was just being like, well, wait, there's a map under in that big old house?
yes, in the basement.
Huh.
There, did you imagine? I just imagined there's a basement. Sorry. Um. Yeah. Signet just sort of like shrugs. Yeah. There's a map carved out of stone in the basement of the manor. Fairly accurate too, though. The names of some of the geological locations and what's the word again? Diplomatic map, was it? No,
What?
that's not the word.
Oh.
Fucking like the borders, fucking nations.
Oh, okay, yeah, like
Yeah,
the
no, that is a
yeah.
diplomatic map. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of the diplomatic map, I'd have to help Atlas with that part to make sure that that's accurate to current day, but it's top in terms of topography, it's accurate.
Well, I was mostly just checking up on everyone before I fine tune this old thunderbow here. So,
I think Cygnus
actually,
at this
yeah.
point. I think Cygnus at this point's also like waving Ace to like follow as he walks up to fucking Atlas.
All right.
You were gonna say something
Good
there?
evening.
Hold on, before you do anything, you were gonna say something, Bard?
Yes, he was like, as Cygnus was just waving Ace over to friggin' Atlas, she'd just say, "Hey there, Tin Man. How goes the reigning champion?"
Do not refer to me in that way.
Did you two have a fight? Something I said?
Quite the opposite. The duel was a lesson that I taught to Lady Valencia. That lesson was correctly taught. There is no glory or honor in this duel, only a conversation met with steel.
Understandable.
Is there a reason you two are approaching me at this time of day?
I was
Yep,
mostly
I'm back.
checking on you. Yeah,
Cygnus
Walker
is-
here. Go ahead.
Cygnus is just gonna like look over to Atlas. I do actually have need of your help. I believe you said you were somewhat at. Are you not somewhat at proficient at cartography?
Not somewhat. If you require someone to interpret a map, then I am most definitely the unit that you would wish to interface with. I am incredibly adept at figuring out coordinate systems and georeferencing.
Understandable.
Even if we are on an alien planet, I still can figure out a map. even if it isn't up to Glomoth standards.
If possible, well, could you follow me?
Very well.
You can tag along too, Ace, if you wish.
Sure, I'd like to see this little secret map of the.
Cygnus would just like lead them over to the manor, fucking lead them down into the basement. Just like you just, I imagine like he's humming something. Ace doesn't know what it is, but like, Atlas is like, wait, is that fucking pure imagination?
Actually, there is one big thing that I forgot to describe about the map. Very important, actually. There is one thing that kind of takes you back, Signis. And probably be important enough for you to bring it up retroactively. This was on me for not describing this earlier. There is one thing on the map that catches your eye. There is a disembodied sort of like flame that is hovering just above one of the regions that you recognize to be, well, the region where you believe Majula could be located.
Yeah, Cygnus would say.
There is something odd about that map, though. There's a flame floating above where this town is probably situated. Apart from that, however, fairly interesting map, carved out of stone.
What does this map kind of look like to Atlas, who's obviously used to more like advanced like cartography?
This looked like some fucking caveman shit to you. Like,
It looks like some caveman shit.
This looks primitive, but surprisingly detailed despite its primitive construction. Like I said before, it even goes as far as to like depict like the differences in like height and altitude in the terrain, you know, with like the mountains and stuff. I'll say for convenience sake, yes, Valencia will also come down here. You know, if you would walk around town, you see nobody's here. Oh, maybe they're in the mansion, and you might be able to go there. You know what? Screw it. If Shilbear also wants to be there in the party, yeah, again, for convenience sake, I'll say everybody can just be there in the mansion at this point. What's it called?
Yeah, I guess we will just come in at like separate times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like you guys probably come in like midway through. It's just Signis and Atlas like fucking leaning over this like stone map. Signis like I think Signis is like the better drawer of the two, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
Ace
Signis
also
is like fucking
this in the map, in a journal.
like Signis is like fucking sketching out like the map, like detail, like every single tiny fucking detail on that like stone map.
Yeah,
Just,
I
like,
think
into-
Atlas would
onto a piece of
mainly be,
paper.
I think Atlas would mainly be like, you know, like, hey, copy the map down and I'll like, you know, actually turn it into something usable, basically.
Yeah, it's just like it's just like that. I am surprised that Atlas didn't react to the fact that Signis was humming fucking pure imagination.
Also,
I mean, remember in the Unreal universe, like, remember, like, modern thing is basic, like modern, what's it called? Media is basically like ancient fucking media.
Damn.
Like, this is basically like Bard making any reference ever.
Yeah.
Break you!
Damn.
Break you!
We really had to slip a
Break
Bard's old
you.
joke in there, didn't we?
no, live on stream too. What's it called? I was gonna say also, yeah, Rab, if
But,
Rock.
Would I be
also
able to
wants
use cartographer's supplies with intelligence?
Yeah, I was just gonna say,
Oh yeah.
like, Rab, if you want the Rock to be there as well, he can be there as well.
Yeah, Rock would be with the group. He'd like if somebody told Rock, "Hey, we're all meeting up in the mansion," he'd probably stop counting his vials and come over to see what's up.
Mm-hmm. Also, you can make me a check with
Should
your
I
cartographer's
roll
tools with intelligence.
Cartographers with intelligence.
Yes,
I think
you-
with advantage as well, because technically Signis is making the help action with what he's doing.
Yes, you will have assistance here, cause and if anybody else want to add anything magical, I guess, to put it one way, you can.
Pretty
What
much
are
the
we
only-
trying to do?
We're drawing a map.
make a more portable version of the map that you guys are seeing downstairs in the mansion.
I mean, no, I can't help with that. I was thinking like I can help with checking how accurate it is, probably, but not with making the map.
Valencia would probably know the like borders and like even like the local like regions within the actual kingdom, so
Also
she'll
guidance.
help out with that.
I'll say your Wanderer Shieldbearer
I-
can
I-
give like a circumstantial +2.
Oh, right.
Well,
Never
damn.
mind, I got
Jesus fucking Christ, that doesn't even matter.
We'll roll the
No,
D4.
roll-
Let's see
roll
what
the-
that is.
Wait,
Roll the
wait.
D4 and we'll add the.
Hold up.
Fuck.
32.
Oh my
Hold
god!
up. Wait. We making this the most epic map possible.
Man, we're going to be able to sell this map for a lot of gold.
It's like the best drawn map ever, and I just imagine that it's using like Atlas's paper too. So it's like perfect paper. It's perfect map.
So add a +5 as well.
That's
Vorty,
37.
describe what everyone else sees as like AR takes the fucking map that Signis copied out. That was pretty good. Takes out like their fucking ballpoint pen and then just like fucking just fucking like Rohan Kishibe's
It
the
loo-
fucking map.
Not just Rohan Kishiro, it also looks like, you know, when Light Yagami writes in the fucking Death Note. And what's it called? You all see as Atlas begins to just draw this map. Well, mind you, even though this is a fucking outstanding, the best roll you could have possibly gotten in the fucking thing, it is still going off of your own knowledge at first, before being added onto by the rest of the party. You know, or at the very least by those in the party who would know enough to add onto this. And you begin to draft up this map, and I'm gonna switch you guys' view to the, to the actual like continent map. Here of Drangleic.
We unlocked the full fucking continent map.
Now,
Yes.
shout outs once again to Snoo Apple 7072 on Reddit for this massive fucking map here. What's it called? So of course there's going to be one.
It's a map
like-
requires one.
Did I like that for a moment there? What's it called? Yes, I believe I did. Hello?
You're
Yeah.
here.
Okay, there we go.
Hello?
I was just giving a shout out to the person who made this map, Snoo Apple 7072. There's still going to be some areas that are gonna be blacked out for purposes of, there's locations that haven't been officially, put into like a map, I guess, even in a map as old as this. But that just means that you can see where the gaps are at in like the information. What's it called? Like the information, that you have. So I'm going to start revealing things. It might take me a moment to reveal everything in a way that doesn't like immediately spoil other locations that I don't want y'all to see just yet. Toodle trying to corner. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna
Never fucking mind. It's an okay dragon.
Yeah.
Slightly
Signis
better
looks at
dragon.
it. Not my best work.
You have Valencia's reference.
I just imagine like Signis takes like the greatest fucking art of a dragon up till the face where it just becomes Valencia.
Oh god.
Valencia's face. Unless.
Hold
It's
on, I'm
just-
still mapping out what you guys.
Like it's not that he like drew it badly. It's just that he got distracted and drew Valencia's face instead of the dragon head.
Yes.
Hold
Yes.
on, I can't see. The audience can't see what you're. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god, why are we focusing so hard on the dragon?
Because Valencia requested it,
Yeah.
and you'll go along with her shenanigans for some reason.
To be fair, Signis just like saw like the shitty art and was like, not happening. And then somehow managed to draw something even more horrifying.
I imagine the map that Atlas drew is, it's like one of his like military ones, which like states like all the height maps and everything.
Oh yeah,
no,
no, it's a fucking yeah, it's a fucking like
mean-
military map with like with like elevations and shit.
I mean, there's a dragon doodle in the corner.
There's like a key, right? Like Atlas writes like a key of like different symbols and stuff, so like we can like use that without having to like label everything shorthand. But even then, like there's just a
There's
fucking
just
dragon.
a dragon with Valencia's face in the corner.
Also, Valencia, if you point out like the flame hovering over the table, Valencia would like look at it, think for a moment, and point out, could this be the bonfire?
Sig just like looks at it, looks at Valencia and just says, "Huh, that's likely it, actually."
Why is my brain now imagining the fucking the extra anime Valencia face with sparkle eye and thumbs up above the dragon?
Speaking of, where is Alkin somewhere or around? Where? Ah, there it is. Wait, no, that's Drangleic.
Vorti, are
No,
you talking? Because we
um,
can't.
No. Sorry, I'm been focusing on revealing the thing in such a way that you guys don't see certain stuff yet.
We've lost him. He's
Oaken
dead.
because of the magma, and
He's dead
Oh,
again.
did I? Oh my god. I don't know why my shit's still cutting out. So I guess it's been my internet this whole time. It's not really my mic. That's been like messing
Yeah, I
up.
think it is. I think it has to be.
Yeah, no.
We're back now, though.
I was saying now that I haven't been talking because I've been focusing on revealing the area in such a way that you guys don't see what the fuck's happening.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
What's it called?
Yeah.
So give me a second. What
Yeah,
was something
basically,
asked of me?
If you look in the, he's asking if the Iron Keeper where Alcon was, but we pointed out is the Iron Keeper. Because Nathan, if you look in the Discord in the Dark Souls 2 word world where we have the map, just flip it upside down. At the moment,
Yeah.
and you'll see where stuff
Wait,
is.
is that is this actually Alkin up here?
Yeah, because the Iron Keep and Broom
Yeah.
Tower are in Alkins.
Oh yeah. So
And
okay, cause
this is Illuminios.
Because I just realized Vorti and I discussed this. Signis started here. He walked. He got all the way down to like I think there.
Did you wait? So did you actually rob the city of Alkin, or did you rob the Duke Seldora, or did you rob the Duke of Alkin?
I think he robbed them all. He's robbed the Duke of Alkin, but he's also robbed like he's hit like 3 different locations before he got sent.
Okay.
So yeah, you have Drangleic, you have Alken, and you have Illuminios.
Yeah. I think the largest one was Alkin, and
But
it's just
see
that.
the borders drawn out.
Yeah. Because from what I remember, Vorti and I discussed this, and Signis's like sort of path was started in Alkin. He ended up here first, he robbed the place, fled, and went
No,
down the caravan through the shaded woods down to somewhere around here, and then he dropped it off here before he jumps into the river.
What's it called? Well, no, I thought we agreed that you started in in Sildora, because that's what you've been saying this whole time.
Oh wait, what? Where's Sildora again? Wait, okay, I'm lost. I think I got the names wrong.
You probably did.
Yeah, because Alkin is very far away.
Yeah, no,
Eldora is
never mind,
here.
never mind. Yeah, Signis started.
here.
No,
The
Signis,
next
yeah,
river
Signis.
would be there.
Yeah, so
And if you hop in there,
yeah, no, but
you could wake up here.
no, like from what I remember, Signis actually went pretty far fucking down south. Like, I remember that at Vorti and I talked, and his cache is like somewhere down there near the Great Aqueduct.
What the fuck is that pink scribble? What the fuck's going on?
I think he was just doing a
Nathan.
circling of the area.
Well, no, your
But,
cache
yeah,
is
Right
a
of
little-
the red is Alkin, left is Dirge.
Yes, correct. I'm just going to put in the map where you believe you left your.
Because I remember
Vorti?
Signis
Oh my
went
god,
through
my
the shaded
internet's
woods.
still fucking
we
up.
agreed.
All right. I'll just put in the map where you believe you left your map at.
Yeah,
It's actually not that.
yeah.
It's actually not that far away from us.
The thing is that it detours heavily
Like,
from where you guys were originally
if-
intending to go.
Let's see. If we go this way, let's just say we
mean,
go from here.
Remind me
to-
again, what was our plan?
The plan.
Because I thought the plan was getting the money.
I thought the plan was to get to the nearest town.
Our
You
plan
guys
was
keep
to
telling
go
me
to
that.
the nearest civilization.
We're going to their civilization.
Yeah.
Let's see,
We're going
if
to
we
fucking Fort Cardinal.
Yeah,
Alright.
so we can either go Fort Cardinal Town, or if we want to pick up Signis' cache, we could go to this town over here. If we go from here, that's about 82
think-
miles or so.
Oh,
I think
but
the
if we-
priority should be the town, and then we go to Signis Cache on the way, because, yeah, money is great and all, but, like, money ain't nothing if we can't spend it. Yeah,
Yeah.
feeding the village is more important.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now I think the main point is just we want to go from that to there.
Yeah. Like. Yeah, it's definitely shorter to get directly there. Just kind of like vaguely following the roads. It's slightly longer to get to Fort Cardinal if we did go to the cache. Actually, apparently there's a town next to the cache. If those buildings or anything to go off of, apparently there's actually a town there.
My question is, how do we feed the villagers without money?
Well, I think we're
we
gonna
make
go.
some.
Farming.
I just need
I
to
think
hold on.
we're,
may
I
have
think we're
placed them-
going there.
May have placed them a little bit too close. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, there is a town on the way. There is apparently a town on the way to the cache, so we could potentially go there. Because if we go from here, let's go up here, over here. Damn it, let go.
Yeah, but it's also a town that he's fucking robbed from the nobles. That's not a good thing.
Well, unless you stole from this town specifically on your way out, you would have dropped your stuff off here, and it's in a separate territory.
What's it called?
So,
And
Or is the-
also, like, going to a town and trying to, like, find food, by the way, like, we can we can take, like, odd jobs. We can just, like, asking, hey, do you have anything that
Yeah.
needs killing?
So
I mean, we have a doctor.
Yeah, no, that also is true.
I don't mind. I'm just curious what the plan is.
Yeah.
Basically,
go
go
to the
there,
next town.
go there, supply town, either buying stuff we need if we can afford it with our money, or doing work to make money and then buying things. 'Cause Rock himself currently has 15 gold on his person.
yeah, I have 35. Can't really use it for much.
what's it called? So, things to add on to the knowledge that you guys have already acquired, just to add on to the things that those of you who have been in Drangleic for a while would know already, now that you have a clearer picture of where your literal place in the world is at. You would know, those of you again who have like any degree of like major knowledge of Drangleic, that Fort Cardinal is both the name of the town and of a massive military fort of Drangleic's forces that is erected to protect the western shores of Drangleic. The fort is almost as big as the town itself, and encompasses like a good couple of miles of the, of the western shores of Drangleic. What's it called? The way up Old Aquilare that leads to the to Great Aqueduct is, while still kind of fairly well transitioned, I guess, like, not transitioned. What's the word I'm looking for? That is
Traversed.
Traversed. My bad. Yes, very well traversed. It is doesn't have as much of an established like military fort or forces there. What's it called? There is like guard outposts and garrisons and stuff throughout the entire length of the throughout the certain segments of the road up Old Aquilare. But Fort Cardinal is probably the biggest fort that Drangleic has, because it was erected after a little bit during and after the war, the Great First War against the Giants, where King Vendrick led the assault on the Western continent against the Giants. So it was created as a form of defense and possible deterrent for for the Giants. That's probably around that. You notice that there's a couple of gaps in the dark that I have left intentionally in the map. These are because, actually, no, there is one gap that I forgot to reveal here. I guess it's not like super out of the realm of possibility that some of you will know about this. Let me. I was about to reveal something that I am not supposed to reveal just yet. Give me a second while I do this real quick, Nai.
You're about to reveal us the secret location of King Edge's vault.
Not quite. Here we go. Very important thing that I believe would be on the map. That's it. That's about it.
Oh yeah, I think that. There you go. I think that's what happened. It was what's it called? Tesseldora, then to Aldia's, and then south.
Well, you passed by in front of Aldia's. You didn't really go in. Obviously.
Yeah.
But the what's it called?
Yeah.
But yeah. You through conjecture, those of you who have knowledge of Drangleic will probably determine that one of those dark gaps, presumably the one that is in the water, like off the shores, could potentially be those strange ruins that people keep talking about of a fallen kingdom, which, well, seem to be probably very close by as well. So, with that knowledge in mind, what will you guys do now? Also, Nathan, lunch break? I mean, we can probably take like a 5-minute break, I guess, if people want to.
Yeah, I mean, we can't want to, yeah. In terms of town, if we do want money and supplies, like, just for supplying the town and just getting some stuff set up, I will say the Fort Cardinal town makes the most sense, because if it's next to one of the biggest fort areas of the kingdom, it makes sense that this town would have a lot more stuff because it's of high importance. Whereas the town by Signis' cash, they might have like a little bit of stuff, but it mainly to be getting to money.
Nate, how long do you think you need?
I imagine we'll be ending soon, won't we?
An
Uh,
hour.
I'm
that's-
just I'm just reheating some food.
Yeah,
I'll
in
eat
an
here
hour.
while I'll eat like right in front of the computer when it comes to it.
That's fine.
That's just I just
Well,
need like the 5 minutes. That's
Technically,
fine.
our usual end time will be 5 minutes from now, but we did start pretty late. So I'm leaving it up to y'all if y'all want to end at the regular end time, or we just go like the extra hour. Considering.
I think going the extra hour to just get the plan.
Yeah, because like, we did a lot of RP. I feel like it's good
Yes.
to get to the next area so we are set in the
Yeah,
next
let's-
area. And don't end up doing a lot of RP. RP's fun,
We
but we've
really
not
haven't
moved
done jack shit.
in a while.
Because
We've done the legendary
we've-
jack shit.
we've-
so yeah, I would say do a quick 5-minute break and then go for the extra hour.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I mean, if people are down for that, we can do that. In that case, we'll be back in around 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'm just gonna move us to the be right back screen. And we're back after just a small break. But yes, everybody, you guys, well, are seem to be having made this very accurate map of Drangleic to the best of the abilities that your combined knowledge could pull together. What will you do with that knowledge? This is the question here.
Yeah. Shiba, I would say it seems like you all want to move to the next place, right?
Yes, I believe it would be best if we head to Fort Cardinal to set up to get some supplies, and maybe down the line we can set up a proper supply line as well.
Prioritizing the production chains for our civilians is paramount. Also, I am hoping that we will be able to recruit some sort of vague militia to protect it while we are gone.
In that case, I do have one important question. Lady Valencia, you
Yes?
said that you were that there were crimes committed that you didn't do, but you took the fall, right? Well, was accused of.
Yes, I was accused of them.
Did you go to trial for this, or are you still wanted?
The trial has been already concluded. Hence my so-called guiltiness.
In that case, I would indeed agree that we go to the Fort Cardinal town. Bigger town gives more chances for better work and better resources.
Indeed, we should be able to find at least one merchant who would be able to set up some form of simple trade route.
It should be quite easy to acquire funds if there are any people there that require the extermination of certain creatures.
Exactly.
In that case, shall we head out at dawn tomorrow morning?
I would think
Atlas
that's
asks, not knowing about the fucking duel that's apparently happening.
I think that is the smartest move. It takes about a day travel, so we go at dawn. I can show us some shortcuts, and then we can be there at night.
Signis is just gonna look at like Ace and Valencia's just gonna say,
You're gonna have to postpone that in lieu of more important things.
I'm not postponing anything.
Signis just like fucking looks.
What did you do?
looks down. It's like,
I am very confused. What is happening?
they challenged each other to another duel.
Why?
Ace challenged
That's
me to a
exactly
duel.
my point.
If you have your questions,
Atlas-
ask them to Ace, not me.
Atlas like swivels around and
You're not even a knight.
Is this the
Oh, Bard?
Valencia or
Or-
is this the Ace?
It's Ace.
At
It's
Ace.
It's
Ace.
Ace.
Yeah, I thought Bard was here. Hello.
he's fucking muted.
He's
I
dead.
think, I think he had. I think somebody might have quickly
Yeah, that's
come
probably
in.
called away.
Oh, his internet
Yeah,
freaked out again.
did I just
Well,
imagine
if Vincent
that Bard
freaked out,
was
he
there?
wouldn't be muted. He would.
He didn't say BRB, but you know he tends to not.
Damn. Well, put a pin on
But he
that.
says if he knows he.
Uh,
Yeah, if he knows he's gonna be going away, he'll say BRB. But it's like when stuff randomly pops up, that's when he does it. Oh,
oh, there you go.
Bard?
Oh, Bard, you here?
Barty knows macaroni.
You unmuted, but we can't hear
I
you.
think.
Oh,
Shit.
he's glowing.
Turn that
Ah, there you go. It was.
Oh,
hidden
didn't
there.
Ah.
What's it called?
on my phone right
Yeah.
now.
So
What happened?
so yeah, Signis just kind of like said like 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 you mentioned like postponing and like everyone's confused and Signis said they challenged each other to a duel and Valencia said Ace challenged me to a duel and Atlas kind of swiveled around to stare at Ace and just kind of
You're not even a knight. What are you doing?
Okay, so with all that shenaniganry, first off, it's on principle. Second off, it's on the fact of, well, bit of reputation, as it were.
Well, Doctor, I am very sorry, but it looks like you are going to have to do more work. This time in resuscitation, because Ace, you will die.
they say it like not even in like an aggressive like like challenging way. They say it in almost like a concerned tone. Like,
Also,
but you'll die.
in response to Atlas, Rock would sigh, and it's clear just by his expression and the depth of the sigh. He's like, for once, can't these people not treat me as the Shrek of Donkey? Can you not be yourself for 5 minutes? Because so far in his time of knowing everyone has been injured in for some reason, for something they've done. It's like, can once we go through and do something and someone not get stabbed?
Here's the thing, I don't think Signis has. Like, he's the only one, and he plays it off like the straight man he is.
I'm
But
just
everybody-
communicating with everyone.
Everybody's
Peep.
everyone's been in some fight. Cause literally, so far we've had our initial encounter, arriving in the town, going into the pit, dealing with the pit, coming out of the pit, then a duel with Atlas and Valencia. There has not been a single day where we've not fought. But something, he's like, for once, can we go have one day where no one gets injured? Cause like he doesn't mind healing people, but damn if it doesn't get annoying having to do it every day.
Look, don't count folks out just yet. Yeah. Also, so Doc,
Please at least postpone it until after we leave for the town and come back, because right now we've got a few stakes in the we've got a few stakes weighing on us right now, considering that we need to keep the
Or
town
we
fed.
could make money off of a betting pool that you set up in Port Cardinal.
Actually, that would work. You just
Excellent.
Signis just like the 180 fucking turn. Just like
Yeah.
that would work.
I have
Is it like he gets like animation cancelled?
Rock would raise his hand and would say, I have a potential challenge you two could engage in that will not require me having to give someone stitches. Valencia,
If we'll
you...
be in Fort Cardinal, there will be plenty of medical facilities. I'm sure
That
Ace will survive.
That is not my point. I would like one day where I do not have to patch somebody back together. Even I get tired of...
I'm sure the betting pool can pay for Ace's... can pay for a doctor to look after Ace.
Well, my idea was, since you are confident in thine horse riding skills, and that, Ace, you come from a place where you ride horses, yes?
yeah.
Why not have a horse racing competition?
Ace looks at Valencia, looks back at Rock. Already challenged her, and also,
It does not have to. It doesn't cancel out the challenge. It's still a challenge. It's just a challenge that does not involve somebody getting injured.
I believe you're,
Signis,
missing a specific detail here. This little vagrant is too porter for the horse.
Is this
Signis
true?
just like slowly fucking face palms.
I
But that
I
depends
ain't
on
too broke to get a horse. Also, you egotistical iguana. Unless seems the doctor's worried about your bill of health, aside from me bruising your ego.
That is called a psychiatrist. And I do not believe that her ego can be bruised much more than... Well, I believe I should not say that. However, I am still adamant that you might die.
Depends on the rules of the duel, really.
Depends on if Our Lady Knight has learned that holding back is completely futile. And we have learned our lesson, have we not?
Valencia gives Atlas a smirk.
And that's it, the prime communication.
Mm-mm.
That's all that needs to be said.
Like from Rock, it's like Rock doesn't care about the fact that there's a duel. He cares about the fact that he just wants like there to just be a break.
He wants a fucking
someone-
day off.
Like it's not a matter of just a day off. He just wants people. He like we're going to a town. Can we not just go to a town and not have to have somebody get shot?
Let's do it easy.
Like,
Ace, Valencia, could you two agree to wait until we're back from the Fort Cardinal, just so that the people of this village can have some day rest after the great duel of yesterday, and then are more excited to show up for your duel, meaning you have more people to watch the winner win.
Speak to the
Signis,
candle.
looks-
She's the one so eager to win against me.
You want more
Candle?
viewers.
Um,
You want more viewers,
Candle?
right? To make your point.
Signis is like looking at Shieldbearer. He says, "Who said they were having the duel here? If we have a Fort Cardinal, we can probably scrape up enough funds to feed the whole village in one go. Two birds, one stone. They get to let off steam, and sure, they'd have to be patched up, but at least during the travel, we don't have to worry about Rock having to patch us up."
Because if they're the only ones fighting, people could easily see it as being rigged.
Rock to the state. If it wasn't for mine promise to heal you lot, if one of you broke your leg, I would let you deal with it.
Signis is just like, I don't worry about them trying to kill each other, or at the very least, I will step in if either of you tries for a killing blow.
What's it called? As soon as like Signis says that, like off to the side, Atlas like places like a hand on Valencia's shoulder and slowly sinks down and just kind of whispers, just
Show no mercy.
Meanwhile, for Rock, he's basically just made it clear. Currently in this situation for the duel, he's only going to potentially treat people because he promised to treat the party because he has standards. Otherwise, if you were on the floor with 1 HP with both your legs broken, he would leave you there and let you deal with it yourself.
This is, like, I'm gonna say this right now, with how many duels this party is gonna get into, we're just asking for it at this point. Rock's just gonna be like, fuck my deal, I'm just out of here, bro. It's just like, after like the 60th time, it's just like, nope, fuck this shit. You guys can deal with it. Let Signis deal with this.
You know what's funny? With y'all doing all that, Ace didn't even take anybody else's shenaniganry. You see her hair starts to glow brighter, her eyes start billowing smoke, and she just walks up, pokes friggin' Valencia in the nose, like getting up in her face, like, okay.
Valencia's on a horseback.
Oh, she's on a horse? Well,
We're in
friggin'
a basement.
Wait, I thought we were in the fucking basement. How's the
Yeah, we
hole
are.
down there?
I thought we would have gone, like, okay, if we're still in the basement, then yeah, you can poke Valency on the nose.
yeah. Listen here, you gallivanting gecko. Me, you, Fort Cardinal.
Is this not the time where the Phantom Thief tells you to kiss? Or are you past that immaturity now?
Signis just like looks at Atlas. It's just like, no, that joke was specifically meant for between you, and Valencia. That this is different, and this is more like a siblings petty squabble.
This is like watching my younger cousin arguing over the last slice of apple pie.
This is like watching my siblings every other day.
This is like watching one of my squad mates march to their death into the maw of a great swarm mother.
Signis fucking
That person being Ace, of course.
Signis just fucking like it uses like the cane, whaps Atlas across the back of the head. It's just like have some tact.
It just kind of goes bonk, and like just like, boing, but like there's literally just like some sort of fucking reaction. Just said,
I am seriously betting that this will result in the death of a party member.
You hear
That is not going to happen.
You hear one voice come up from the stairs that lead out of the basement and say, It is like watching two stranded soldiers about to turn on each other. As Shalquar kind of walks down the stairs and says, "At the very least, have the decency of doing it in front of me, so I can see the bloodshed unfold."
The pleasure would be mine. Valencia
Signis like looks
shows off a blade.
Signis like looks down at Shalquar and just says, "Well, it's happening in Fort Cardinal, but would you like to follow along so you may watch in person?"
Oh dear heavens, no, I am not leaving the comfort of this village. And I will admit, I could do with less people around. It is getting quite hectic, if I must say so myself.
Yeah. Also, Signis would probably hear Rock muttering, "Perhaps it's not too late for me to produce some sedative to put these two asleep for a bit."
Signis is just Signis like quietly like behind the back gives Rock the thumbs up.
Shalquar,
Because quite literally, because Rock can make oil of Taggart, which is unless the creature takes damage, they're just unconscious for a day. I'm pretty sure.
Shalquar will say, "But I overheard most of the conversation leading to the little spat between the two. I take it that this means that you are ready to depart in your next segment of your journey."
Soon, yes.
Well, whatever you do, you best decide soon. Otherwise, I fear like the townspeople here won't hold out for long.
We're probably gonna need to go tomorrow. Oh dear Lord. Lord, just Signis has like that expression on his face, like this is like I don't know if like anybody would recognize this, but it's like when a parent has been up for the last 48 hours, like trying to make sure that their kids are fucking sleeping.
Tomorrow.
Has had enough of this shit.
Tomorrow,
Just
truly.
like
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't realize you were done.
oh,
We're done.
keep going. It's just like
Uh.
he's just. This is like the look of a person who's just so done.
Shalquar says, "Tomorrow, truly. Why, I just got done seeing the three lackeys pick up their camp and getting ready to go, as if they were told that today was the day you were departing."
It would be
Signis
better
like-
to at least make some travel whilst there is light.
Indeed,
That
we
is
can camp halfway through.
Fair point.
Also-
Let's make a move on as soon as possible.
Let me check how much it actually takes me to make. Hold on.
In that case, worry not about the safety of this town. myself and the Emerald Herald shall keep an eye out on the place, so to speak.
That is
Thank
truly a relief
Oh.
on my soul. Thank you.
That's good.
Why, that was
Uh,
easy. You entrust the town, the security of a town, to a cat and a hermit.
It's not like we have
Well-
much choice, do we?
And one
Considering-
would be imprudent to be in one would be imprudent to underestimate the ability of the wisdom of a feline as well as a memo keeper.
Signis is just gonna look down at little Shalquar and just say, considering you and the Emerald Herald have managed to stay here and be relatively unscathed and unharmed and generally unbothered, I'd assume that you know how to take care of yourselves. Oops. After all, despite this place being abandoned, you should probably run into your own set of problems.
Well, so long as no undesirables manage to find this place, I suppose we shall be alright. The girl, on the other hand, is, well, strange even by my own standards. But, so I cannot speak for her, but I know very much how to take care of myself. Now, run along now. You probably have a great journey ahead of you, and I'm sure next time we see each other, you will have a story to tell.
Honest question: how many days would it take us to get to
Well, almost
the...
2 days to
town?
get to Fort Cardinal.
Okay, then
Let us quickly pack our things and begin moving. I need to go grab that jerky. Speaking of, does anybody want some jerky rations? I hunted a deer today, and I managed to process the meat into something that will last a little longer.
I will take some, and I can also take the bones if you have not already used them.
Cygnus Cygnus is like thinking like where he left the fucking bones. Did I feed them to the pigs? It's just
Like, Rock's not that bothered. It's purely the case that he doesn't really care about if it's bone or not because he's a vulture. He can digest it.
Before you leave, however, aren't you forgetting something? She
As,
stands there. Go ahead.
When she says that, like, I feel like everyone's like, kind of like staring for a bit, and then like Atlas kind of like hesitantly like steps forward and then just like pets her.
Perfect. Now you may go. And she turns around and leaves.
It's like when the cat like walks up to you wanting to be pet. You pet them once and they go.
Perfect.
She
Truly,
leaves
just
the manor.
Cat behavior.
What's it called? So, you guys
We're
departing.
gonna make a
Go ahead.
I was gonna say we're gonna make a mansion, and it's purely just gonna be a mansion for Shalquar, and she's just gonna be the lady of the house.
Mhm.
We're gonna make a mansion, and then there's just gonna be the master bedroom that's just gonna be untouched, except for a single fucking cat sitting in the smack dab center of the bed.
Cardboard box.
What's it
What
called?
is it called?
Yeah, in the
As-
fucking space Amazon box.
As everyone just kind of like starts getting ready and like Atlas is going to like as like Valencia, I imagine like it's like like prepping Roland for the like the journey,
Yeah.
and like I would imagine like Ace is also like I imagine like everyone's kind of like in a general area packing stuff up. Atlas will kind of ask
Lady Knight and Outlaw, you two seem very adept and familiar with certain wildlife. I do have a question that I would like to add to my databanks.
Oh, you may ask?
What is Roland?
Blinks a couple times.
Yeah.
The horse.
Like Ace immediately looking at Roland, like friggin'. Would Ace be able to make a nature check with advantage because she's been around enough horses?
Oh,
and...
like type, like the breed.
Mm-hmm.
I guess make me like nature check with advantage? Question mark.
Awesome. Okay. Nature check. 22.
Well, shit. I mean, I don't know if if you, Kathy, have thought that far ahead on what type of breed, like, Roland is.
So, like
I have no idea.
Like,
um,
like what was a warhorse, right?
like
yeah.
I'd say that they're probably an Arabian. Well, they wouldn't be called an Arabian, obviously, but like, you know, in terms of like build, I would imagine they are kind of an Arabian because they're warhorse.
Those are the
Yeah,
expensive
there's
ones.
the
you have, but-
Arabian, Andalusian, and
Yes.
Thoroughbred.
Arabian Nights.
So, I mean, what name do you believe?
Sorry.
What name do you believe, Bard, they would use for those types of breeds in wherever, Ace comes from?
Like, she'd know. Like, she'd know, Roland is like a thoroughbred.
Okay.
Like, and with like a 22, she just goes on, like, to the fact of how well kept he is, to like, what's probably like the size of his horseshoes, just by looking at his hooves.
Horse.
Go ahead.
How do you spell that?
Horse.
No, Lady Knight, is this correct?
Yes, I'm impressed. The mercenary can.
Spell.
Right.
Very well. I have noted it down in my database.
Hmm.
He is a strange creature. I have not come across these creatures in my journeys across different planetary spheres. The closest I have seen is a creature. A strange creature that may prove fantastical. Something of a similar build, less muscular, more lithe, with great antlers that look like tree branches. A deer, they call it.
Yeah, we have deer as well.
Interesting.
Have you ever
But they are not horses.
Didn't
No, they're
Have you
not.
ever seen a moose?
That. You do not mean the cake. We are talking about animals. I assume that
Rock
you
would
are.
pull out his journal and show them a depiction of a moose, because he has like nature books and everything, including wildlife and stuff for medicinal ingredients and stuff. Some people use antlers and stuff, and he shows atlas of a moose,
Yeah, it's an
and they probably have like other
illustration.
animals as well, like oxen and etc.
I believe I've heard of these moose in Ilium Lois, but I can't say I've seen one myself.
This looks horrifying.
They are
Very interesting.
They are herbivorous, but that means they are more dangerous. For predators, you have to make sure you have to be worth the effort. For prey, they have if they assume you are a threat, make sure they don't.
I'd assume Signis is just there. He's just like, that is interesting wildlife. I don't think there's anything like that near Yarnum. We have these things. Pulls out his fucking notebook, and you just see this like drawing of like a literal ball of fucking snakes. It's just a fuck ton of snakes coiled around each other. It's just a ball of snakes.
I would like to meet this one.
Hmm.
I wonder what type of venom it has.
Not the kind that you want to get it bit with.
Yeah, looking over at Valencia, with the comment of, "Oh, so the mercenary can spell," and Ace would say like, "Huh," and I thought knights would know their noble steeds.
I know my steed.
You know his name.
I know his favorite snacks.
Yeah, he likes apples.
Rock just pinches the bridge of his nose and says, I am going to go pack, get ready to move, and once we're ready, I am going to sleep.
That is a good idea.
Signis is gonna look at Rock and just say, hey,
I will help you.
Doctor...
I will help you with the thing later. Referring to the sleeping paralysis poison.
No, Signis is just like looking at Rock, just like, could you perhaps, while you're packing, grab me some painkillers? I have the most splitting headache right now. This is the stupidest thing I have witnessed in my life. Never mind, I've witnessed stupider.
I do not believe I have met. I do not believe the painkillers I have are not suitable for simple head pains. I will supply you with some herbal remedies instead. Referring to teas and such that he has to help with headaches.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, once we'll pack up and go to meet up again, Rock would toss Signis a glass bottle filled with with a lid on the top, sealing it, filled with the best headache curing tea he has infused with dried lemon slices and honey and dried sugared honey and stuff.
You just see he just takes like the biggest fucking swig.
Paracetamol. You will all
He's
begin to. Oh, go ahead.
He's just. Oh, go ahead. I'm just describing how Signis is fucking chugging the tea. He's just so done.
I was gonna say, you will all begin to pack up your stuff and get ready to depart. What's it called? As you will begin to gather in the exit, the northern exit out of Majula. There's actually two exits, I guess, that go roughly north-ish. One of them is the one that just kind of goes up the high road, and the other one is what's it called? Is the one that goes into the grove area that leads to the forest, which is a bit of a more roundabout way to get yourselves closer to the pathway that you must follow. Here's what's gonna happen. The pathway that you guys are taking here from Majula, from the north exit of Majula, up the this road and into towards Fort Colonel, is a mountainous path. So it adds a little bit of time into the what it will take to get to Fort Colonel. That's why I accounted it as almost 2 days of travel, because it takes a bit to get through over the mountain pass. But here's what we're going to be doing here. because of the benefits, well, you haven't invested anything into Majula just yet. To like get the benefits from taking a rest there and then departing. But I will just let you know that should you start doing this, I did finally decided that the benefit is that you ignore the first roll of exhaustion done in a forced march, within the next 5 days. So just throwing it out there, I think that's going to be an important thing in travel going forward. Well, I forgot to make the token available for me. Alright, well, whatever. What pace are you guys moving at, as you depart from Majula?
Atlas will always be traveling fast pace. If people start falling behind, they are just going to circle back around, tell them to hurry up, and then turn, pivot around and continue going fast pace. And if they don't catch up, it's just rinse and repeat.
I think Signis would insist on a medium pace for everybody else, but Signis also just consistently spams quickening to move. So the dude's just fucking wave dashing.
Because mind you, the retainers are coming with you in this journey as per Valencia's indications. You would see that they're all already packed up their stuff. They have loaded them up in backpacks and stuff to get ready to head out. And they, obviously, mechanically speaking, don't have the greatest of stat blocks in their pocket. So you're not just accounting for you guys moving, you're accounting for them as well. That's why I was asking the pace question, to see if they can keep up as well.
Again, Atlas is going at a fast pace, but that doesn't mean that they're going to leave the party behind if they go a slower pace. They just keep circling back around.
Valencia would stick with her retainers, so therefore normal pace.
And what were you gonna say, Maureen?
Yeah, I think in general we're going with normal pace, just Atlas being Atlas.
Okay. In that case.
Here's the thing. I think Signis would just move faster just to scout ahead and then mark the path.
I would like to do a thing before as we are beginning our march. I would like to roll.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask if I could do this to see if I can tell what type of weather we're gonna be dealing with as we're traveling.
Sure. You can make me.
So that way we don't get caught by.
Yeah.
So we don't get caught by storms by surprise.
Can we a survival check?
And
survival.
Mm-hmm.
Would the Wanderer help in any way for shortcuts?
You can also roll me survival with advantage due to your background, Maureen. And before we resolve those rolls, last thing that will happen as you guys are heading out of town, you will see that right at the exit of town, the Emerald Herald lies in wait, almost to see you off. She will look. Ooh, almost did something bad there. What's it called? You will. Give me a second. She will look over in your direction and will, stare at you. She says, so now you depart into the next step of your journey. I wonder what awaits you out there. Will you be returning anytime soon?
Probably, seeing as we are going to grab supplies for the village.
I believe
Indeed.
I believe we shall not be longer than a week at most. Does that sound reasonable?
I
As it
suppose
will
it
be about
does.
2 days' march to get there.
I suppose it does sound reasonable. Though, of course, you can never account for what may happen once you arrive. Whatever the case, however.
Yes.
I shall wait for you here once again. And to just give you a bit of additional guidance before you depart. Beyond the path of the fort and the town that you are choosing as your next destination lies the road to Drangleic Castle. If for whatever reason your journeys take you beyond the next town, I pray that you will be welcome to stand in front of the people of the capital. Although I would advise against those who would take this opportunity, this time of uncertainty in Drangleic for their benefit. Do not let the efforts that you've amassed so far be squandered.
I don't know why my brain's immediate thought was, don't take advantage of the chaos in Drangleic. Side-eye Signis.
Signis is just like looking like, it's fine.
Like, I don't know. That was just my immediate thought. Yeah.
To be fair, like Signis would absolutely fucking take advantage of it.
Valencia got accused of money laundering. Signis would just do so.
Signis's pastime is tax evasion.
Uh-huh.
What's it
I'm
called?
kidding, but yeah.
The Emerald Herald will step to the side as she sees you off. She again doesn't really portray a lot of emotion in her face, but you can kind of tell in her eyes that well, she meant what she was saying for your efforts to be successful out there. Well, in her eyes, her eye singular, because the other one is covered perpetually by her hair. What's it called? So with that out of the way, one last thing before we wrap up here. A role that I will need one of yous to do.
Me?
And a D20. But before that, I'm gonna resolve these arrival checks. Dr. Rock.
Dibs.
Dr. Rock, you will.
I said
Well, no,
me.
yeah, Marine said dibs. What's it called? Dr. Rock. There's going to be a clear weather. Not a cloud in sight. There doesn't seem to be going to be any problems for you. Shieldbearer. You, as far as shortcuts go, I'll say you managed to cut like roughly like an hour or so worth of travel from your movement. So what otherwise would be a very slow movement from through the mountain pass here, that you're assuming you guys are taking the I guess I'm going off the assumption that you guys are taking the main road and not the side road here. Where that cuts through the grove. Is that correct? Or
Yeah, we're trying to go as fast as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case,
I imagine if we can, we're trying to get to like this road here. So that way we're on the right. We're just going straight away.
in that case, I will move you guys to a little of an art in the
Yes.
splash screen here. Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Murray?
Yeah, I think we would just go the fast way possible.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna move you to the art splash screen that I have here. New background music.
Woo!
Thank you.
I like this
sound
Good
phenomenon.
music.
Yeah, I
Uh,
fucking
Hey.
fuck with this music. It's so sick.
Your travels once you actually cut through the mountain pass, what's it called, are mostly uneventful. You actually find yourself in a very thick foliage forest once you actually come down from the hill. You believe that once you were actually going up the mountain, you saw Fort Cardinal way off in the distance. It is a pretty big place. It's kind of hard to miss from like the higher points of Drangleic. What's it called? Shieldbearer, roll me a d20.
This looks like a place where we'd fight a Tibia Mariner. Hopefully it's not fucking Elden Ring.
A 14.
14.
You will not really run into anything nefarious right away, but you do. To your surprise, it seems this road is not like really traversed at all. It is very narrow, very small. Once you came down from the mountain, like the dirt road that would otherwise be kind of like man-made, appears to be like covered with overgrowth, and it almost seems like you guys are like the first people to come down this road in maybe months or years, perhaps. The most you would be able to see here, or rather hear, is that it does sound like there's some wild boar, kind of like sounds emanating from the forest. Probably bigger than a regular boar. It sounds like growling almost. It's far away enough.
Sounds like lunch.
Sounds far away enough from you that you don't believe it is at risk of stepping in your way, so to speak. You would actually have to go out of your way to go look for this noise if you choose to pursue it.
I would say, yeah, Shuba would just say to the party, should we hunt the food? We could make lots of rations out of it.
It would not be difficult.
Might as well.
Alright, this way.
Okay.
Two things that I want to quickly.
Can Signis scale the trees to
one second.
just
one second, Nathan. What were you gonna say, Katya?
One thing, as a side thing, I imagine during this whole travel, Valencia and Ace on opposite sides of the convoy.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine we're ending the session, so as we're going to grab a ball or whatever the hell it may be, Valencia will throw the question of talking to Signis. She will mention that. So, Signis, I believe you wanted us to call you Mr. Walker when we're in town?
Yes.
Right. Could you explain what the whole Jeremiah deal is? You never really elaborated on that.
Signis sort of stops and just says, "Not me at the moment." And you think of he just pauses for a second. Think of it like this. Yes, when I'm in black, I am Jeremiah. When I'm in purple, I'm Signis. It's different, but all the same, you can call me Mr. Walker. No?
Understood.
Okay. What you will see as you divert your course here is two things. One, the sound keeps getting a little bit louder. It doesn't sound entirely animalistic, I guess. In fact, I need everybody to roll me I need to check with advantage to see if you recognize, because you probably have run into one of these before.
Oh
Nice.
boy,
We're doing nature.
that's a
Yes, nature
17.
with advantage.
Okay. Oh.
Everybody recognizes it. It doesn't sound like a boar now that you're this a little bit closer. The growling's a little bit too deep, too loud. It sounds a lot like those weird creatures, the big one-eyed creatures that you fought in Things Betwixt. but right before
Oh.
you're able
Hey,
to make it any further, once you kind of have this realization, you hear a crack, like somebody stepping on a branch nearby. If any of you was to turn around, you would see as a figure seems to be very casually walking through.
Is it the pursuer?
The pursuer doesn't walk; it hovers. What's it called? Seems to be very casually walking through the forest, through this similar sort of like side, like trail, beyond the tree line, same as you guys are doing right now. To, when you were originally pursuing this noise, does anybody react right away as they notice the humanoid silhouette in the distance?
Humanoid silhouette. If they are humanoid, Atlas is going to immediately try to grapple them.
Cygnus is in the trees.
I just want to get a closer look, but I see Atlas just shooting beside me.
You
No!
Snap one.
You rush forward, Atlas, trying to grapple this entity right before she'll even has a chance to say anything. And exactly. You see as the figure, the figure sidesteps. Actually, just to be fair, I'm gonna roll something in the background. Just to be fair for this. Give me 1 second.
Both people in that one.
Give me a second. Here we go. I'll just roll this in the background. Maybe the audience will be able to see it because usually my whisper rolls are sent to the audience. Okay, yeah, no. The figure very nimbly sidesteps off to the side, and you end up crashing into one of the trees nearby, making a bit of a noise here as you hear the voice come from the side.
292 pounds impacting into a fucking tree trunk.
Jeez, fuck.
You see, you hear the voice of the figure say, "Whoa, be careful, friend. You almost crashed into me," in a very kind of like monotone, like casual voice. As you look up or look to the side.
Wait,
rather,
what
you
are they
see,
wearing?
I was about to describe. You see as this individual, a very slender figure, seems to be donning a sort of like light-colored, like brownish leather armor with this like steel shoulder pads that almost make the silhouette appear broader shoulder than what it actually is, and a steel open helmet that allows you to see their face. They look, human and very much alive. You see that on their back they have strapped two different items. One appears to be kind of like this wooden great shield with like steel reinforcements, and the other one, the other item appears to be kind of like a pike or some form of like spear-like weapon. The individual looks over at you and says, "You almost got me there, friend. Is there something the matter?" And that is where we're going to end the session there.
He's so cute. I love him.
Oh.
What's it called? I want to thank you guys for playing, for being here, and I want to thank all of you guys who stuck around and watched us for a bit, for however long you did. Well, for watching in the first place. And shout outs once again to Sound Phenomenon for providing the soundtrack for most of the session, including this song that you're listening to right now. I fucks with it a lot, and it seems everybody else did too.
Yeah, this is a vibe.
What's it called? And I hope you guys, my players, enjoyed today's session as much as I enjoyed it.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But with that, we gotta say goodbye until the next session of Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic. And say goodbye, y'all.
Till next time.
Bye bye.
See you
Bye-bye.
later.
Bye-bye.